of our hearing in connection with the planning application in principle for the International Business Gateway site, which I mentioned yesterday. For those who may be tuning in online, my name is Keith Bray, and I am the reporter appointed to report back to ministers on this case. I'm not going to do introductions today, but I have representatives of the applicant, City Council and Edinburgh Airport Limited with me today. No brownie points if you take a dog along today, just in case anyone was wondering. But I have safely put the dog in the house, so we shouldn't be bothered today. We're at item 7E in the agenda, and if I could, I would probably expect to take item 10 before item 9, because I think the obligations appear in your representations before planning conditions. So if everyone's happy with that, then I will deal with item 10 first. Can I just check that everyone's happy with reordering 9 and 10? Yep, everyone seems to be reasonably happy.
Yes, we're happy, sir. Sir, can I maybe just make a comment, sir, before we commence? I see that right at the end of today we have closing, an opportunity for closing remarks, and this is quite a complex case, and it's certainly the view of Edinburgh Airport that they would like to make more than just remarks. It'll be a short closing submission, and I have also reserved the matter of making a claim for expenses against the council and the applicants here. So I just wondered, I'm not wanting to delay proceedings just now, but just how we're going to deal with that. Would we can maybe just take stock of how we get through today. Either we would have those matters today, or have post hearing submissions on that, sir, if we run short of time. I'm just flagging it just now, that's all.
Happy to have a discussion on that just now. I think at the previous hearings we allowed a break and allowed each of the parties to make some short closing submissions. I'm not insisting on it. I'm just essentially following the same format before. If all the parties agreed that there was no need for further submissions, then I would be content with that. But as we did it at the earlier hearings, I thought it would be appropriate to do it here. So I was intending to a break of maybe half an hour and then some closing oral submissions. If you're content with that, that would certainly speed up the process in terms of not writing out for closing submissions and allow us to, if you like, close off the procedure a little bit quicker. But happy to hear the parties' views on the extent of any submissions that you might want to make in closing. If I could ask the applicant, first of all, their view.
Thank you, sir. Certainly would welcome the opportunity to make some closing remarks at the end of today. As you'd previously suggested, I wouldn't anticipate those being lengthy, but certainly an opportunity to tie together some threads, as it were, would be useful.
And would you be content with something like a 30-minute break in advance, or 20-minute break in advance?
Yes, sir.
And the council?
I concur with the applicant on this. I'm perfectly content for it to be closing remarks, sir. It's fairly narrow issues that we're discussing in the hearing that we're addressing through closing remarks, and therefore doing it by closing remarks rather than full closing submissions seems fine from our perspective.
We've heard that from the applicant and the council. Would the airport be content with making any remarks after a short break this afternoon?
Yes, sir, that's fine. I mean, provided we've got enough time, but in principle, yes, there's no difficulty with that. As I've said, you know, I may well be making a claim for expenses. I'm taking it that we won't have time to have a toing and froing on that, and that probably would be a matter which we would have by way of a post submission, and I think that's what we did last time, just from memory. So
Yes, your memory serves you well. In fact, my memory tells me that I didn't allow the applicant and the council an opportunity to respond because we were so keen to close up for the day, and we ended up doing that through written submission. So that would be my proposal, that that if that is your position at the end of the hearing, then that would be done by written submissions as before. Applicant and the council, happy with that approach if that eventuality appears?
Yes, sir. And that also picks up on a loose end that Mr. McKee, in correspondence leading up to this hearing, expanded on the original expenses claim, and the applicant reserved its position on responding to that. So that is still a loose end, even if Mr. McKee doesn't submit a fresh expenses claim.
Yes, you could clarify just now, perhaps, Mr. McKee, but any fresh expenses claim would be from the period from the submission of the transport assessment, likely until this period. It's not retrospective right through the whole procedure, because you've already made your claim up to the previous hearings.
You're quite correct, sir. It would be from the, I think it would probably be from the date from the Minister's letter of the 10th of December 2020 to the end of these proceedings, because the prior period is already covered. I do agree with what Neil has said here, because I have actually sort of trailed the concept of making a claim for expenses in my letter, and the applicant has not responded to that. But of course, they will get to respond to that if you set a timetable for a claim to be made, and that would be, for example, by next Friday, and then it would be 7 days or 10 days for the applicant and the council to respond to that, and that would close that matter. So that's what I had in mind.
We'll deal with that, and we'll allow you to make or draw your conclusions on whether or not you intend to pursue that at the end of the hearing, if you're happy with that.
That's fine, sir. I complete agreement.
Okay. All quite clear on these matters? Okay. Minor point, just to tidy up something from yesterday. I pointed out that I thought there was a bus stop extra. I may not have been right, but I think on the transport assessment, this is perhaps for Mr. Bissett, figure 3.3 on page 13 and on 4.3 as well, I think. There seems to be an extra bus stop, although it may exist and it's not in the most appropriate place. But I'm just wondering if it's not a major point, but I just wanted to clarify the map. Page 13.
Yes,
There's
sir.
a green dot there.
Yeah, that's clearly a mistake. There's not a bus stop in the middle of a field at the moment. I suspect it's probably a duplication of there's a pair of bus stops in either direction within the bus-based park and ride site in the sort of blue rectangle there. I suspect that's just a rogue formatting error when we prepared this document. But I can confirm there's no bus stop in the middle of the field.
Fine. Tidies up that matter. Okay, item E. And I've entitled this traffic counts undertaken in March. That was raised as a concern by the airport. The applicant has clearly indicated that they were the count survey undertaken in March, at the end of March. That was agreed with the council and their roads advisors. Can I just double check with the council that that end of March date was one that was agreed, and there was no concern over the date from the council's point of view.
Yes, so I'm just checking when the dates of the Easter holidays were as well. Mr. Bissett may be able to answer that as well.
Yes, sir, I can provide information on that. The school Easter break commenced, the schools closed on Friday, the 8th of April, and they resumed on the 25th of April. Then there was May holidays on the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 23rd of May. And the summer break, as far as I could determine, was either the end of June or Friday, the 1st of July. Oh, and there's also another holiday on the 3rd of June as well, according to the information I could find yesterday.
So that a survey date towards the end of March, the council were content with that. Is that
Yes,
yes? That was agreed with the council.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the applicant and the council saying yes. The airport indicates that traffic counts in March underrepresent the baseline traffic flows. That's in their representations, highlighting matters such as queue lengths in the model would be skewed because of that and would need to be increased to represent an average month. So that's their concerns. Before coming to the airport, just going back to the council, is there an ideal time to carry out a transport assessment in West Edinburgh in terms of traffic counts, as far as you're concerned, or is there a window? Just to get your view on what your advice would be to an applicant in terms of traffic surveys and particular weeks and days that you would advise as the ideal scenario. And if the transport assessment guidance of 2012 helps you in that, reference that as well.
Yes, sir. The issues around there is obviously there are a number of fairly major destinations, including the showground. So there are a number of dates that you would not want to see. Clearly, school holidays affect things when you start getting into the summer months. There are other events that are going on. Clearly, over the summer, schools aren't in. You've got the festival happening. So there are a number of things which constrain on particular sites when you would want to do things and carry out counts. So a typical day is becoming increasingly more difficult to actually find. And certainly over the last 3 years, that's been very, very difficult to find. I think we're content with the days that the surveys were there, and as part of the process, you would actually look at that and make sure that you were using a typical day, whatever that might actually be.
Okay, so you don't have a particular window that you advise applicants of. It's dependent upon the circumstance, maybe the location and the timing of other events. Is that fair?
Yes, that's correct. It's more the other way around. It's dates to avoid. I think is probably the way we would be looking at it. And also the other issue is that on the day there may be some, there might be high winds on the Queen's Road crossing. There might be major traffic incidents, that kind of thing. So that needs to be taken into account.
Thank you. So an opportunity for the airport now. Just explain further why you think the traffic count date of March is a particular problem, having heard what the council has said there.
Well, first of all, give a comment on the applicant's response on this matter, and then I'll lead directly into that. The applicant's response to the TA review, which is at 519, paragraph 2126 that states that traffic count surveys were undertaken in March 2022, as agreed with the council. And then say, as being representative of the council's road network, rather than times when the airport may or not be busy, which is not relevant to IBG. And I would just concentrate on representative of the CEC's road network, sir. What part of the CEC's road network are the traffic counts representative of? This might be a question you wish to ask the applicant, sir. Surely it should be representative of the traffic flows on Eastfield Road. It is an Eastfield Road model. Airport passenger figures dictate the traffic flow levels on Eastfield Road to the north. And the council, in their response there, said that it's more a case of dates to avoid rather than the other way around. Well, EL 7, which is the TA review, paragraphs 3.77 to 3.85 indicate the analysis shows an uplift of at least 16% needed to arrive at an average month of May, because March is an underrepresented month for airport traffic and ergo traffic levels on Eastfield Road. Now, an important point here, sir, is that the airport was an active member of the WETA study, and similar information was given to Edinburgh Council for the WETA refresh study, which led to additional surveys being undertaken for the WETA study in May 2016, rather than earlier in the year. And this is indicated in the TA review, paragraph 3.83. Now, this information regarding traffic flow variations could have been provided to the applicant if the airport's dialogue offer had been accepted. And if dialogue had occurred with the airport, this would probably have led to traffic counts being undertaken later in the year rather than March. And as you quite rightly pointed out, sir, the TA review paragraph 3.84 clearly indicates that if your base traffic counts underrepresent the base, this is an underrepresentation which continues into the assessment of the development and will result in increased queues and delay associated with the development. Now, I'd just like to, at that point, can I ask you to refer to the TA review, which is EL 7 and page 10. Now, in paragraph 3.3, I indicate that the actual passenger figure in 2022 was 11.3. That compares to the figure 1 above it, which is an extract from the TA of 17 million for 2022. So, and I say in 3.4 on page 10, that the PAX levels due to the pandemic are even lower than those recorded in 2017, which is 13.4. So you have an actual level of passengers in 2022 of 11.3, which is 2 million less than 2017. So you have the situation where the traffic count is both in an unrepresentative month, but I would say to you, sir, that on what I say in 3.3 and 3.4, that the traffic count in 2022 is also underrepresentative in an unrepresentative year due to the pandemic impact on airport passenger figures. And again, this could have been explained in discussion with the airport that an alternative approach that the applicant could have taken was to, rather than use a base figure of 17, when the actual figure was 11.3 for 2022, it could have assumed an uplift factor associated with what actually happened in 2017 before the pandemic. Now, 13.4 divided by 11.3 suggests an uplift of 18.6%. So you have the situation that it's an unrepresentative month, March, and 2022 was an unrepresentative year. You could either apply a 16% uplift factor associated with an unrepresentative month, or, and possibly an 18% uplift factor to make it a representative year by adopting 2017. So either or both of those scenarios lead to the knock-on consequences in terms of the assessment of the development.
So if I could perhaps add, sir, that just picking up from what Mr. Martin said, the airport specifically wrote in the context of the TA asking for an opportunity to be involved in its composition on both the 2nd of February and on the 22nd of March of 2021, both of which letters received, shall we say, a rebuke from the applicant's solicitor on the 29th of March.
I think that these documents have been submitted. Before coming to the applicant, I just want to ask the planning authority. I know you've had the opportunity to respond to the transport assessment review of the airport, but is there anything additional that you would say in relation to what you've heard from the airport? Is it reasonable to apply uplifts in these sort of scenarios? Would you say that was a reasonable approach to take if you were taking into account a range of factors that have been explained by the airport? That approach to uplift and looking to kind of deal with any potential underestimation, is that a feature of other transport assessments that you've dealt with as a planning authority? Perhaps ask the question in a slightly different way.
I think the difficulty in this case, we've been dealing with a fairly unique set of circumstances over the last 3 years. I can't think of any other application where we've been assessing things for such a long time on a site and had this interruption of 2 to 3 years. So I can't think of anywhere else that this might apply.
And does it appear logical to you, the argument that's been put forward by the airport based on the figures that are in the transport assessment review?
I think if the question is whether we should be using 2017 figures, I think we would be concerned given the changes that there have been in terms of climate emergency, military emergency, and obviously the recently issued or approved NPF4. So the whole thrust of both the councils and national policy that really underlines everything we're trying to do here. So I think there would be a concern about assuming that uplift in terms of air traffic, that's going to be entirely car based. I think that's almost the assumption within that.
Thank you for that. I'd like to come to the applicants. You've obviously responded to what the airport have said, but this is the opportunity to perhaps add to that or respond to any particular points that have been made this morning, either by the council or by the airport.
Thank you, sir. There are a number of points here. I would contend in the first instance that the traffic surveys were undertaken on the 31st of March. So the last Thursday in March, before the school holidays the week after. I would contend that they are representative of the conditions on the road network. Lockdown restrictions had been lifted. The local authority had agreed the surveys were appropriate to be undertaken at that time. As is normal practice when undertaking transport assessments, I would agree with Mr. Simpson that it's really we effectively avoid school holidays is the main one. So you don't do counts in the summer holidays, you don't do counts at Easter, bank holidays, etc. And in fact, we normally specify to the survey companies that do the surveys for us that we either get the surveys done on a Tuesday or a Thursday. So we avoid the beginning of the week and the end of the week because the travel patterns tend to be different on these days. Historically, we've avoided Wednesdays because there were certain areas and local towns and villages or areas of Edinburgh that had sort of half-day closing on a Wednesday. So that's been a historic thing. So we tend to just avoid Wednesdays as well. So unless you're doing a sort of retail development where the impact is maybe on a Saturday, we tend to stick to Tuesdays and Thursdays for surveys. So we actually did them on the last sort of Thursday that was available before you get into the Easter holiday period, the bank holidays, etc. And then you have ostensibly a very, very short window in June before the schools break up for the summer, and potentially a lot of people break up early to go away earlier in the summer rather than the sort of first week in July. So it's very difficult to pick a window to do them, but we have agreed them with the council. Now, in terms of one of the airport's assertions there in relation to consultation and working in collaboration, I don't think they actually said collaboration, but working in collaboration to agree traffic surveys or airport passenger numbers, I would highlight that the airport's not the Transport Authority. We have no obligation or requirement to speak to the airport on any matter to do with this planning application. It's correct and appropriate for us to agree the scope of a transport assessment with the Transport Authority. I would also like to highlight that in relation to average months that the airport refers to in their EAL7, and if we can turn to the next page. Table 2 on page 22, where there are passenger numbers. I'm not quite sure where they come from. I certainly did a quick check. These passenger numbers don't seem to tie in with the officially published statistics on the Civil Aviation Authority's website. There's a requirement to publish figures there, but they don't tie up exactly. They're not a million miles away, but they're not exactly the same. So I'm not quite sure why there's a disparity. But just looking at that table, it doesn't matter which year you pick, 2017 or 2022, you can clearly see that the busiest months for airport travel are in July and August. And that obviously ties in with the school summer holiday period. And then clearly we see March and then April next to it. There is a difference in the numbers. But to take an average across the whole year and say this is what the average for the airport is completely ridiculous, quite frankly, because that would include July and August. In terms of the traffic on Eastfield Road, I would like to highlight that the airport themselves have said that the busy period or the peak periods for airport traffic are 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. and 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. So the actual peak network peaks for development, which are 8 till 9 and probably between about 4:30, 5:30 or 5 till 6, that period do not coincide with the airport's peak periods. In addition to that, the various growth estimates that the airport seem to be mentioning in their EAL7 for road-related traffic go against all current policy in terms of encouraging sustainable travel. It seems completely bizarre that the airport would promote increases in car travel associated with passengers, which goes against all policy that we've been discussing since yesterday and at the previous inquiry. We'd also like to highlight that airport traffic is related to the ability of the carriers to encourage people to travel. So I could imagine that airport traffic varies on an hourly basis, on a daily basis, weekly, monthly, yearly, depending on people's whims to travel wherever they may want to go. So I don't think it's realistic to expect a decent applicant or developer to address an airport issue that is of their own making and should be addressed by themselves and nobody else.
I suspect that the airport may wish to comment on the response of the applicant, or indeed what the council has said. So I'll give you an opportunity to do so now.
Yes. First of all, it would be useful to have the council's full response to your, does it appear logical to provide an uplift? They responded in terms of using 2017, but they didn't respond in response to your question in relation to an uplift in terms of month in a year. So I would like to hear the council's response to that before I say any more. If that is a question that you would able to put to the council, sir, I would like to hear that answer.
Does the council have anything to add to the question that I did ask you?
I don't think so particularly. Thank you, sir.
Well, the council doesn't have anything to add to what they said, so I'll hand back over to yourself.
Response. Well, I take that the council do not have a comment about whether or not it's appropriate or logical to update to an average month. But I'll move on, sir. Also, I suggested it might be useful to ask the applicant what part of the council's road network would be representative. I can't think of any other part of the council's road network that would be representative other than Eastfield Road. So I'll just leave that point with you. We talked about
perhaps since you've mentioned it now, and so that I don't forget it, I'll give the opportunity for the applicant to come back on that. Mr. Bissett, is there anything?
I have nothing to say in the matter, sir.
Well, okay, well, my position is that the only representative part of the council's road network, sir, is Eastfield Road. And again, I've already said it, that airport traffic dictates the traffic flow levels on Eastfield Road. There was a comment made by Mr. Bissett about very difficult to pick a window for traffic surveys. And it was a comment made by the council as well. But they mentioned the holidays in May with the 2nd, the 3rd and the 23rd. So there's quite a gap between the 3rd and the 23rd for traffic counts to be undertaken in what is the average month. Now, Mr. Bissett made the point about there are higher months in the year for airport traffic, and he's quite right. July, August, etc. And it would be inappropriate, in my view, for the applicants who have undertaken traffic counts at that time. But it's totally appropriate to undertake them in the average month to provide an average scenario of what the traffic levels are on Eastfield Road, as was undertaken by the Wetter study. They did them in May after dialogue with the airport. And we then heard from Mr. Bissett about traffic flow variations, airport traffic levels being different, carriers' times being different. That's quite a complicated calculation to be undertaken, sir. And you've got to remember that both Wetter and the applicant's own WETS studies used overall airport traffic growth figures for their calculations. So there's nothing different in terms of what the council did in Wetter and what the applicant himself did in WETS. So I think the comments I've made stand, sir. And just a comment on Mr. Bissett mentioning CAA publications in terms of these traffic flow figures in table 2 in the TA review. 2 points. One, these are Edinburgh Airport's figures. So I think we can say that they are reliable. But Mr. Bissett also said they're not a million miles away from the CAA's figures. So I think we can rely on the figures in table 2. I have nothing more to say, sir.
I think you're on mute, sir.
That's correct. Thank you for that. Mr. Bissett, on that last point of relying on table 2, the figures, the monthly figures, would you align yourself to that you could rely in general terms on that trend and those broad numbers?
Sir, I'm not sure I could commit to that. As I said, they're not a million miles away. I don't quite understand why there's a disparity between the airport's figures presented in table 2 and the officially published figures that the airport has to submit to the CAA. All airports in the UK have to submit these figures. I can't remember the exact table number. I'm going to say table 8. I might be wrong there. Maybe the airport can clarify that. What I would say, what I'd like to reiterate is interesting that Mr. Martin didn't comment on it, but the airport's busy period is 5 AM to 6 AM and 1 PM to 2 PM. So there's no correlation between when the airport's busy and when the rest of the network's busy and when other development is busy, in accordance with the traditional network peaks.
I think Mr. Bissett has invited you, I think, there to comment on that from the airport's point of view. So can we have your view on that time period within the day that Mr. Bissett had set out?
Just as I've already said, sir, that it's a complex set of calculations in terms of the different airlines and when arrivals and departures are. And that was accepted by the applicant in his WET study and accepted by the Wetter refresh study, that those would be very complex calculations. And they adopted the approach that I'm suggesting, that just using annual passenger growth figures are sufficient to look at uplift factors. That's exactly what was used in the applicant's own WET study, and it's exactly what was used in the council's Wetter refresh study.
Just to go back on the point I think the airport made with regard to the Wetter refresh, I think it was with regard to the date of the survey. I think the airport indicated that it was May, Is the council able to clarify that the surveys were in May, or they were resurveyed in May, and that May was May the chosen month to calibrate things from the point of view of wetter refresh? I don't know if you have that in your head or on paper anywhere, but if the council would like to kind of give me something on that.
Might just take a second just to check.
Of course.
These.
Does that have any recollection while the council are looking at that?
In the wetter refresh report for document 14, page 37, paragraph 7.1. It talks about recalibrating models, and the revised model was calibrated to include the completed tram route with a base net within the base network. It also included the new count information collected in the vicinity of Leith Walk and at Newbridge in Maybury. This was finalised in early May 2015 and is supported by an associated model and calibration and validation report.
Okay. Is that the reference that you were making, Mr. Martin?
Just go. Page 38. So I can't find it at the moment, but it is in one of my paragraphs in the TA review. Specifically states this, and I can give you it later when I specifically find it. But the reference that if you look at pages 37 and 38 of the wetter refresh, and if you look at the bottom of page 37, it talks about additional surveys. And the count data was collected, and this is Eastfield Road specific, sir. Eastfield Road, Eastfield A8, Eastfield Road, Northern Dumbbell, the airport roundabout, at Fairview Road, Almond Avenue. And if you, that's at the bottom of page 37, sir. And if you turn the page onto page 38, there is one sentence under figure 7.1, well, there's two sentences. Counts were undertaken on the 5th of May, 2016.
Okay, thank you for those.
I will give you the TA reference when I find it at a later date, at a later stage. So. TA review.
Yeah. If it's in there, I'll be able to read it anyway again. So that's perfectly fine. I think I've given this a fair airing just to get the parties' views on the matter that was raised by the airport in terms of a survey model. So if you're happy that we move on, I'll move on to item 5, which had a range of topics in there, primarily with regard to the traffic model. And just to ease us into it, looking at the transport assessment document, this is probably from Mr. Bissett. Just to be clear, when we're looking at the maps, I think on page 46, I think that shows the network modelled. Scrolling down to that, figure 8.1 shows the map, and I'm just wondering, explanation, is there any disparity between the map and the explanation, which is in 8.1.4, just above the figure? The road appears to, or the modelled road appears to go north of the kind of Hilton Hotel roundabout, for want of a better phrase. Is that so that the the roundabout can be assessed, or is that map accurate with regard to the study network? It's one for Mr. Bissett, just that red road beyond the Hilton roundabout, that's included in that study network figure. And does that tie in with the description in 8.1.4? I think the red is modelled road links.
Yes, that is correct. When you undertake microsimulation modelling of junctions, the approach arms to these junctions are modelled to effectively feed traffic onto the network. So the red lines are representative of the microsimulation model in the study network that was undertaken.
And the airport have made a number of criticisms of the network that was modelled. In particular, they raise a point that the approach that you've taken contradicts the micro simulation modelling contained in the Weta refresh, which went a little bit further as far as the airport are concerned, to the Jubilee Road roundabout as part of the micro simulation model. Does your micro simulation model in your transportation assessment, does it mirror that of the refresh study, or is there a genuine difference there?
I believe there's a genuine difference there, sir. We have not modelled the Jubilee Road roundabout. That is a private road within the airport curtilage under the control of the airport under the 2015 or 2016 airport bylaws. There is actually a gate that can be drawn across the road to the north of what we'd call the Hilton roundabout. So it's effectively a private site from in fact, I think part of the Hilton roundabout may not be adopted either. I'm not 100% certain on that, but certainly the arm to the north of the Hilton roundabout is effectively within the control and the curtilage of another private developer. The airport.
So, yeah. So you've clarified that there is a difference, but Weta refresh did look at that. Is the implication from what you're saying? Can I perhaps ask the airport then why modelling of the road network past the Fairview Road and the Eastfield Avenue roundabout is important for the impact of this development? Why is it important to go into that unadopted area as has been set out by Mr. Bissett?
Well, I'll answer those question, and just before I go on, sir, I know you'll find it anywhere, but the reference in my TA review in terms of the Weta refresh count date is paragraph 3.83 in EL 7.
Thank you for that.
It's important to understand the operational impact of the development on the airport, sir. And that was undertaken in the applicant's own WET study and Weta refresh study. Indeed, the WET study, I'll come back to the WET study and the Weta study because I'll just comment on what the applicant has done here, sir, and then go on to the WETs and Weta because I think it needs to be set in context. And I'll refer to what the applicant says because this issue of a private road into the airport isn't something that's in the transport assessment. It's only in the applicant's response to the TA review. I'm going to comment on Act 519 Section 2, which is Mr. Bissett's response to the TA review, and then specifically in relation to his paragraphs 2.1.16 to 2.1.18. A number of statements he makes in there. He states in there that only the adopted Eastfield Road has been modelled. Now, I take it as being in contravention of the requirements of Annex A, sir. Annex A says, includes the words that the modelling should specifically include modelling for the entirety of Eastfield Road. And I think my own view is that the wording that was used there may relate to the concern I expressed at the previous hearings about the lack of reporting of this section of Eastfield Road, even though the WET study, the applicant's own study, reported initial modelling demonstrated the traffic queue back to the airport, eventually resulting in gridlock of the model. And to give you my previous hearing statement references, sir, that was for session 2, and it was my paragraphs 2.56 to 2.71, and that referred to paragraph 5.5.4 of the WETS report. So the WETS report actually modelled the airport roundabout, commented on queuing and gridlock at the airport, obviously a big operational impact on the airport, but actually didn't provide the results in the WETS study. I come back to the wording of Annex A. It says specifically to include, not to include, and it's my view that the use of specifically leaves no room for discussion on the matter. Indeed, I refer in my tier review to, and that's paragraph 3.37, refers to the transport assessment, paragraph 8.1.3, which states that the study network includes the entirety of Eastfield Road as set out in the government, as set out in Annex A. So the TA says one thing and does another. I just can't understand the logic here, sir, that you've got Eastfield Road running from the dumbbells to the airport roundabout. The applicant's modelled one terminal junction to the south, but hasn't, in this instance, modelled this junction. Now, this paragraph in the applicant's response to the TA review says only the adopted Eastfield Road has been modelled. Well, the TA has modelled the Eastfield Road Fairview roundabout, sir. It's not adopted. So there's a contradiction in the applicant's argument. We need to understand the impact on the operational performance of the airport, and that's why it was modelled in the applicant's own WETS report, and the airport roundabout was modelled in WETA. Why, if the applicant modelled it previously, why hasn't it modelled it this time? The applicant described the northern section of Eastfield Road as a private gated road serving the airport. This section of the airport, Eastfield Road north of the Fairview roundabout and the airport roundabout, serves non-airport businesses along Alban Road, which is off to the left of that roundabout, sir. It doesn't just serve the airport. And it's not gated, as the applicant suggests. There's actually a barrier in the verge on the western side of Eastfield Road between the Fairview roundabout and the airport roundabout. It's a barrier, not a gate. It's a padlocked barrier. And it was installed in association with the terminal buildings being opened in 1977, as was the current road network associated with the airport and the terminal buildings. Now, the intent of the gate was for it to be swiveled around and attached to a post in the central island in the middle of Eastfield Road, just to the north of Fairview roundabout. And it was to close access for safety reasons to the airport along Eastfield Road at times of a major incident at the airport, with the airport needing to be closed. That gate doesn't go over the egress, so egress is not restrained as part of this process. And we've talked to airport staff about use of that barrier. And the barrier was used in 2007 for a bomb alert evacuation at the airport. You might recall, 2007, that this was the terrorist incident at Glasgow Airport, and there was obviously heightened alert at this time. So it was used in 2007. However, at that time, for this incident, this included the airport de-icing fleet blocking off the whole length of Eastfield Road at the dumbbells, with passengers having to walk from the dumbbells to the airport. Staff cannot recall this barrier being used in the last 10 years, and it may have been used 2 or 3 times in the previous 10 years, associated with major incidents for safety reasons. So apart from temporary use, for safety reasons that declared major incidents, this section of Eastfield Road is permanently open for airport traffic and other non-airport businesses along Alderman Road, for both general traffic and buses, and has been since 1977. So, you know, this, well, it's not a gate, as Mr. Bissett suggests, and it's a situation that is used only for major incidents for safety reasons, just as a council, a roads authority, can close any road for major incidents and safety reasons. So those paragraphs in Mr. Bissett's response also say it's a private road serving the airport. Well, it doesn't just serve the airport, as I've said, sir. It serves other airport businesses. But whether the road is public or private is irrelevant. Public and private sections of this road are open to traffic, and as Wetter and Wex modelled it to establish what the impact on the airport, so this assessment should have done exactly the same. It also says the TA has modelled the extent of Eastfield Road which is impacted by IBG. Well, how do we know this if the traffic model hasn't modelled the airport road, the airport roundabout? We don't know that, but of course it was modelled in the WET study, and it was modelled in the Wetter study. So the position of the applicant here contradicts the modelling of the full length of Eastfield Road in his own previous work for WETS and the Wetter refresh study. And it does raise concerns with me that the TA hasn't followed Annex A requirements, and it does place a question in my mind. Does this relate to the modelling, previous modelling showing gridlock of the model?
Okay. I think you've made these points now we're potentially starting to repeat, but I think if I can ask the council, given what you've heard from the airport on your knowledge of the Wetter and WET studies, would you have preferred that those further areas were modelled up to the airport junction, given that was obviously a requirement or done as part of the Wetter refresh study? Do you think they should have been modelled based on what you've heard? I think you've just noted what the applicant has done in your response. I don't think you sort of provided any view.
Thanks, sir. Obviously, Wetter was a much wider area and a much bigger considerations. but we're comfortable with what has been modelled. And I think the question might be, if that area was extended northwards, what would it potentially add? Because as far as we can see, it's a fairly closed system. So you're basically counting the same traffic that's going in as coming out. It's not going anywhere else. I think we need to look at what the opportunities to escape from that area is, if I can put it in that way.
Are you saying that although there's no detailed study, that there would be no practical reason to carry out that further modelling because of the closed nature? You don't see a kind of a practical impact or a practical reason why you would actually model that additional roundabout? I'm not putting words into your mouth, but
I think really the question is, what would it add that we're not already aware of? I think that's it. What additional information, or what does it add to the discussions?
well, perhaps we could ask the applicant whether and you can say if you think this is an unfair question or not, but do you have any handle on what the practical effects of modelling the airport roundabout using your latest transport assessment, or are you not able to indicate anything on that because it wasn't included in the model?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I can provide a view on it. The Jubilee Road roundabout it's effectively if you imagine the airport as a one-way system, you come from the Hilton roundabout, you head north. At the roundabout, you're given the opportunity to either turn left to go towards the airport, or you can go straight ahead to go into the surface car park, which leads to the multi-storey. And to the right, I can't honestly remember. I think it's a one-way road, effectively completing the loop around the airport. So there's no entry to the sort of the eastern arm of Jubilee Road. That's an inbound only. I would just like to pick up a couple of points that Mr. Martin made there in relation to the terminology of whether it's a barrier or a gate. I don't think it really makes any difference. The point is there is a mechanism there for closing that road to private development and a private site, and a road that's not adopted. I would also contend that from Fairview Road, which I understand is an adopted road, that does provide access to these other businesses that are located on Almond Road and Almond Avenue. So these other businesses don't necessarily have to use the Jubilee Road roundabout and Jubilee Road to get to them. I can see from this map here that there's an Edinburgh Airport police station on Almond Road. They certainly have access from the public road network via Fairview Road and not necessarily have to arrive via Jubilee Road. I would also like to refer you to the Weta Refresh study, page 69, which shows figure 718, it says VISM model extents. Now, VISM is a microsimulation model that was used within the Weta Refresh study. And to me, in just clarifying or expanding on what the council have just said, the Weta Refresh study was a much larger and wider study that looked at numerous developments and a wider area. And you can see from that diagram there that it looks as though they've actually modelled the loop road that goes round in front of the terminal building, potentially. Whether they've reported on it or not, I don't honestly know.
Were you going to add anything, Mr. Bissett? Or
Sorry, yes, I just lost the place there.
no, that's fine. That's fine. We can always lose the plot down again.
More than others, maybe. The requirement for a standalone transport assessment for this development is just that. It's a standalone transport assessment to look at the impacts of the IBG development on the network, because the requirement is to look at the impacts of the IBG development on its own and not mitigate impacts of other developments in the area. That's not required of a developer. The difference between the standalone transport assessment that is before us now and the wetter refresh study, which was, as we stated at the previous hearing sessions, the definitive transport study for West Edinburgh, is that the wetter refresh study considered a much wider area and all developments and all relevant developments contributing towards a package of infrastructure measures as detailed in the wetter refresh report. The purpose of a standalone transport assessment over and above the definitive transport study was to see if there was any additional impacts of developments in the West Edinburgh area. Now, at the previous inquiry, we contended that there was no additional impacts because the study network that was modelled in wetter refresh was effectively where the access points to the IBG Phase 1 development were. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and we have done an update and a new transport assessment to demonstrate that effectively the update from wetter to the new transport assessment means that the mitigation measures are as they were previously reported. So there's no change in the impact of the development. The development hasn't changed since wetter refresh to the new transport assessment.
I've taken a note of all these references and all the parties have said. I'd just like to kind of move on just a little bit, and I may be jumping about here, but it's just clear.
And it's just, apologies for interrupting, so can I just come back on a few points there?
If you can make it reasonably quick here.
Yeah, I'll come back on the point that Mr. Bissett made about the Model B, only modelled the adopted road network. I just reiterate my point that the Fairview Road roundabout is unadopted. So, and the further point that the applicant modelled this airport roundabout in the WET study. Why on earth don't they do it this time round, particularly when they identified problems and gridlock in the model?
I think you've mentioned these matters before, so if there's anything fresh in response to the applicant, then I'm quite happy to hear that.
One point then, sir, then wetter refresh, Mr. Bissett didn't know whether or not the model looked at this. I do provide details of where it's mentioned in the wetter refresh, but tables 7.3 and 7.4 in the wetter refresh document on pages 44 and 45 list the roads that were used in the calibration of the model along Eastfield Road. And you'll see at the top of each of those tables, Jubilee Road is used in the calibration of these models. So the airport roundabout was modelled in wetter, sir. Thank you, sir, for that.
I had planned to move on just a little bit. Just seeing if the airport, if the applicant had wanted to come back on what Mr. Martin said, but it doesn't look like it. But there's a hand reaching out to the Mr. Bissett.
Yeah, let's not confuse matters here. In terms of table 7.3 and 7.4 calibration, the extent of your microsimulation model, as we have looked at in the figure I quoted previously, showed the extents of the microsimulation model in Weta. When you calibrate a microsimulation model, you report the calibration for all links within that model. So, in accordance with I don't know what the name of it is just now, the Transport Analysis Guidance tag, and that was detailed in our Transport Assessment Appendix C, the Local Model Validation Report, Section 5. We provided the calibration data for the microsimulation model that is within our transport assessment. So there is, while Mr. Martin is saying the refresh has included Jubilee Road, well, it has to, because that is part of its microsimulation model. So you have to present data for the calibration of all the links within your model. I'm not quite sure what they're trying to infer here, but that's certainly standard practice when undertaking microsimulation models.
In terms of matters that have been raised on pedestrians, in the response that the applicant has given in Appendix 1, Mr. Pissett's response, I think it's paragraph 2.1.30 to 2.133. I think the airport had asked for a fuller understanding of pedestrian movements and impacts, and I was just wanting to check whether the airport considered that the response in those paragraphs of Appendix 1 addressed your concerns. Sorry to jump from one topic to another, but just in terms of that section of Mr. Pissett's Appendix 1, 2130 to 2133, in terms of pedestrians, did that deal with your a requirement for a greater understanding, Mr. Martin or anyone at the airport?
Sorry, what were the references you gave there, sir?
Paragraph 2.130 to 2.133.
No, they don't address my concerns, sir, and I can elaborate on that if you wish.
Yes, please do so.
Just a minute, say, while I look at a few things in my tier review.
That's fine.
Yes, I respond to Mr. Bissett's comments. If I could refer to his 2131, sir.
Yeah.
2131 says that in the morning period, pedestrians walk with traffic across 4 separate pedestrian crossings, and he described this as an efficient manner in which to operate a junction, enabling all demands to be catered for. This isn't efficient for pedestrians, sir. It's efficient only for cars and not pedestrians. And I'll go on to explain that. In 2132, he says that in the evening period, pedestrians have an additional all-red pedestrian stage, providing greater opportunities for pedestrians to cross. Well, why only greater opportunities for the pedestrian in the evening period and not also in the morning period, when the large number of bus travellers are coming to the site, alighting from the bus on the west side of Eastfield Road and need to cross the road? It strikes me that the greater opportunities should be obviously in the morning when people are travelling to the site and they get off a bus on the west side of Eastfield Road. These numbers that we'll be seeing in the morning are not arriving in the evening. There's no sensible or logical reason for an all-red pedestrian stage in the evening and not the morning, apart from favouring car trip model results in the morning are the omission of an all red pedestrian stage. So can I take you to a 2-year review, sir, in EEL 7?
Yes.
And I refer to page 24. And paragraph 3.93. I think this is an important paragraph. So the last sentence, 3.93 is important for you to consider in full. But the last 2 sentences, if an all red pedestrian stage had been provided in the AM, this would have required vehicle green time on Eastfield Road to be reallocated to a pedestrian stage. The impact of an additional stage, a pedestrian stage, in the traffic cycle in the AM would have a significant and dramatic effect on vehicle queues throughout the modelled network. Now, Mr. Bissett's paragraph 2.131 says that the pedestrian needs to cross 4 pedestrian crossings. This will take much, much longer than having an all red vehicle stage to access to development due to the traffic staging not allowing a continuous pedestrian movement across these 4 crossings, which Mr. Bissett doesn't elaborate on. And there is a road safety concern here. So, and if you could turn the page of my 2-year review to page 25. And I'd like to explain this safety concern to you by referring to figure 4, which is Mr. Bissett's proposals for this junction, which have been taken out of it, a screenshot of their mitigation proposal at the development access junction. And in the morning, Mr. Bissett is allowing pedestrians to cross what's termed as walk with traffic. This is walking across sections of the road when traffic is stopped on that particular arm of the junction, sir. So if you can look at that, and if you look at the right-hand side of the drawing, you'll see this is the southern section of Eastfield Road. And you'll see that there are 2 pedestrian crossing points here. One takes you to the central island in Eastfield Road. And the next one takes you over to the development side of Eastfield Road.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then Mr. Bissett refers to 4 crossing points. You'll see then that across the development access, there are another 2 crossing points. One crossing where the development traffic comes out of the site. Then you go to a central island, and then you cross again on the ingress arm of the development access junction. So do you see that, sir?
Yeah, I see that.
So these are the 4 crossing points that Mr. Bissett is referring to. But as I said earlier, it's not a continuous movement. Consider the person getting off a bus, which is to the right-hand side of this drawing, on the west side of Eastfield Road. He walks along to the first pedestrian crossing, and he might have to wait for up to 2 traffic stages for that particular arm of the junction to be at a red signal to allow him to cross with traffic. And that's when traffic is coming out of the development zone. So that allows the pedestrian to walk to the central island. He then gets to the central island, but he can't immediately walk across to the east side of Eastfield Road. He has to stand and wait in that central island while traffic on Eastfield Road goes north and south. The situation where this right turn filter for people to go into the development comes on, when that right turn filter from traffic that's coming from the dumbbells turns into the development, the movement from the airport is stopped so that they can cross that second crossing point. And then walk along. I'm considering a person going from the bus stop to the part of the development south of the Hilton Hotel, sir. He then comes to the third crossing point, and he has to wait until the traffic coming out of the development is at stop. He can then walk with traffic across that particular arm to the central island. He then has to wait for traffic that goes along Eastfield Road in both directions, and then the traffic going into the development to wait for the development access to be at green, where all of the arms are stopped, to be able to go over that fourth crossing point. So he has to use multiple traffic stages to get over to that area of the development to the south of the Hilton Hotel. This can be up to 9 traffic stages, sir. It's not 4 continuous movements. He's having to stand, the pedestrian's having to stand and wait multiple times. He could wait up to 5 traffic signal stages. Now, there's going to be quite a lot of people using the bus, sir, going to this development. And my concern is there's a road safety issue here, that a pedestrian may well not accept such stand and wait times. And we may get to the situation where pedestrians are likely to cross in the midst of running traffic. All of this can be avoided or significantly reduced in terms of potential road safety by an all-red pedestrian stage being provided in the morning, which is provided in the evening. But you can't do it in the morning because of the impact on car traffic and queues. And in my view, the applicant should have provided an all-red pedestrian stage in the morning and accepted the consequences of providing appropriate pedestrian crossing facilities.
I believe you're on mute.
That's correct, again. I was going to come to the council just before going to the applicant. In terms of what's been described by the airport there, one, do you think that's an accurate description of what would happen? And 2, would you expect an all red sequence to prioritise pedestrians in the morning if it's provided at night? Or have you looked at it in that level of detail? So to the council first, and then I'll come to the applicant. Does what Mr. Martin described, is that your understanding in terms of the pedestrian movement? The second part of the question would be whether or not you would expect an all red sequence to be available for pedestrians at peak time in the morning.
Yes, sir. I suppose the question is what you're prioritising. We would certainly support priority in terms of pedestrian movements. The design of that would need to come forward and be approved and looked at in terms of signal timings, phasings, various movements. So that element still needs to come forward. I think road safety was mentioned. That's a key element of any of the designs that have come before the council is a road safety audit, amongst other things. But I think in terms of movements, I suppose the question is where's the pedestrian going, and what are those impacts?
Well, my question to you was Mr. Martin's explanation of pedestrian movement, does that seem accurate for someone crossing the road to the south of the roundabout on the west side, moving down towards the Hilton roundabout part of the development on the east side? so crossing those 4 junctions. Did that seem an accurate depiction that Mr. Martin gave?
Yes, sir. In terms of the actual movement, yes. I suppose the question is, how often does that occur and what are those impacts?
And would you expect a pedestrians to be prioritised in the morning then, in the development or a junction arrangement like this to a major development with a number of users from public transport moving into the site on foot? Would you expect all red sequences to allow people to walk in a little bit easier in the morning during peak time?
As with any junction, any signal design, it's about a balance between the various competing needs and what those impacts are. But in terms of general priorities, yes, vulnerable road users, public transport are one of the key changes that we're looking, and that's set out within the mobility plan.
Okay, thank you for that. Now I can come to the applicant. Mr. Martin set his concerns. I'd just like to give you an opportunity to respond, and in that response, if you could give me the reason why there's an all red sequence in the evening and there's not in the morning. If you just simply explain the reasoning around that.
So turning to your question first, then the reason that there's an all red stage in the evening is because there's the ability to do it because there isn't as much right turning traffic from the southern arm of the junction going into the site. Because obviously, if you look at the trip generation for the proposed IBG development, primarily office based, you can imagine most of the traffic's coming in the morning and leaving in the evening. So hence the reason why there is a right turn indicative arrow in the morning, which is not required in the evening. So there is additional pedestrian facilities available, shall we say, through an all red stage in the PM peak because there is no right turn indicative arrow required to cater for traffic demands. In terms of
just a follow up then, in terms of that, is that in your modelling, had you modelled an all red sequence in order to come to that conclusion? Had you modelled an all red sequence in the morning, and what were the outcomes of that adjustments to the modelling?
No, we didn't model an all red sequence in the morning because there was no requirement to do so. In terms of the bus stop on the northbound carriageway of Eastfield Road, south of this signalised junction, that is served by one bus, the 747, which has a frequency of 30 minutes. So pedestrians are going to alight that bus once every 30 minutes. It does not make sense to have an all red stage every single cycle of the proposed new junction for a bus that's coming twice an hour. That's just not what you would do. I would also contend that we have a bus-based park and ride in the centre of our site, in addition to the tram stop, and I would anticipate that the increase in public transport services that may come forward in due course on a commercial basis would use the park and rides, the bus-based park and ride terminus, rather than the bus stop that we've been talking about, where the 747 appears twice an hour.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps.
Sorry, there was another couple of points. Okay. Just quickly, when I said in, I think it was paragraph, I'm just reading it just now, paragraph 2.131 of my further submission, the 519, I think, APP 519. This is an efficient manner in which to operate a junction, enabling all demands to be catered for appropriately. I still contend that's my position. It does cater for all demands appropriately, given the level of anticipated pedestrian demand that would be in this precise location. It is entirely appropriate, and it is prevalent in numerous junctions throughout the country that pedestrians walk with traffic where possible. There are competing demands between vehicles and pedestrians, but the key priority here is to provide safe crossing facilities, which is what this design has shown, to enable pedestrians to cross the road in a safe and efficient manner.
I think I've heard what I need to hear on pedestrian movement. I was wanting that to take the applicant to jumping around a bit to table 8.5 of the transport assessment. That's on page 55. And again, this is just to help with my understanding. The transport, I think what the transport assessment is saying that all observed times were greater than the modelled time. Now, correct me if I've got this wrong. So I'm just asking you, what does that say in terms of the model? If you're looking at all observed times being greater than the model time, what does that tell you about the model? Does it tell you anything? I know you've indicated it's within, if you like, the confidence thresholds, but it does look as if all of the observed times are different to the modelled times. I just want to know if that tells you anything about the model, and perhaps come to the applicant first of all.
No, it doesn't. I mean, if you refer to paragraph 8.2.32 above table 8.5, the tag guidelines for modelling have a number of criteria that you have to meet in order to have a calibrated and validated model on which to base your future assessments. And the local model validation report prepared by our modelers has satisfied all these criteria in that respect. So there is no conclusion to be drawn from the difference between observed and model times. They have to be within a certain range. When you run a microsimulation model, you don't just run it once, you run it between 5 and 10 times, because every time you run a microsimulation model, it has different patterns of traffic in terms of the release of traffic onto the network.
The question was just that if the observed times are always above the modelled, is that telling you anything about the model? Not whether it's within the confidence, those limits. It's just if the observed times are consistently, I think they are in terms of the information that you provided in this table. And I was just asking whether, if all of them are telling you that, does that tell you something else?
I don't believe so, sir. I mean, the difference in the times is from 2 seconds to 10 seconds. It's not going to be something that you would notice.
Okay. That was just a query. I don't know if any of the other parties wish to comment on that. That was just a query that I was keen to check with the applicant. Doesn't look as if the airport or did the airport want to say anything on that?
Just to say no comments.
That's fine. You can just shake your head if you like that. I'll be able to see that, and the council are not moving to their mouse either, so that's fine. You move to figures 8.12 now. That's the evening queue period on page 70, I think. Yeah, and the diagrams there. What's the practical significance there in terms of the that figure indicates the kind of 812 indicates, I think, it's a reference to a case, and then with the development, are those red lines, that's essentially the queues. I just want to double check that, and what's the practical effect on Eastfield Road? What does that diagram tell us?
So that diagram tells us that, yeah, that diagram, it tells you in the box it's the maximum queue length that was recorded in any one of the runs that I just alluded to. As I say, these models are normally run between 5 and 10 times, sometimes more, to give you results, because as you can imagine, traffic's different every single day of the week, every hour of the day. Microsimulation modeling tries to address that by running multiple times with what's called different seeds in order to, it's a randomized variable that gives you the same level of traffic but releases it at different times in order to give you a representative picture over the network. What this diagram shows is the maximum queue length that was recorded in any one of these models, these runs, sorry. As I said, I think possibly in this section, I'll need to find it now that you've asked the question, but I think we have said that the paragraph 8519, the maximum queue lengths are not impacting upstream junctions on the road, and the queues are expected due to the addition of the signalised junction. Traffic is observed to dissipate within each cycle, is unlikely to be perceived by road users.
And just to clarify on that map on the right hand side, sorry to go back to the airport roundabout, the queue seems to go back beyond the roundabout. Does that have any practical effect on the use of that roundabout, notwithstanding your comments earlier on about what you've modelled and what you've taken into account, but that maximum queue length appears to go back into the airport roundabout, beyond the Hilton roundabout. What are the practical effects of that, if that queue length were to appear?
I don't believe there are any practical effects. As I say, that roundabout, it's effectively a one-way system that you go in to the west, or you can go into the car park to the north and you come out on the east. So it doesn't affect the operation of the roundabout per se.
Does the airport wish to comment on that?
I'll just make one comment that I'll just give you the reference in the TA review.
Yeah.
Paragraph 388 lists, pardon me, lists 3 reasons why I consider the queue lengths in the traffic model to be underreported. All I'll say is I'll take that as read and for you to look at. And my only further comment is that Mr. Bissett's response to the TA review made no comment on 3.88.
Mr. Bissett, since we're here today, and the airport have invited you there to respond, is there anything additional that you would like to respond to the Transport Assessment Review document at paragraph 3.88?
No, that paragraph 3.88 is effectively a summary of points that the airport have already made this morning and in previous paragraphs within their EAL7. It's not new information, it's just summarising something they've already talked about.
Just to make one point, so that the second bullet point is yet to be talked about, and that's future year transport growth.
We'll come on to that. Um, just since we're talking about queue lengths, I think figure 814, that's regarding the sensitivity sort of testing, including growth that we're going on to discuss. But again, it's just a question on the right hand side of the development. Are there any additional practical effects when you include your sensitivity analysis? Is there anything additional there that those diagrams and your modelling create a different effect on the road network, Mr. Bissett?
No, not really. The paragraph 8.7.10 below figure 814 says that the sensitivity test shows some small increases in maximum queue lengths across the model network. These increased queues are likely imperceptible to road users and does not impact on the A8 Glasgow Road mainline or upstream junctions from any observed queues.
Now, to the airport, is that your understanding? If we just take the sensitivity analysis that the transport assessment has carried out, would you agree with that summary at 8.7.10 that Mr. Bissett has just referred to?
No, the sensitivity test, we'll talk about what is future traffic growth later, sir.
Yeah.
But the sensitivity test is flawed in terms of how it's assessed airport traffic. And I do say this in my section on the airport traffic and sensitivity test. The sensitivity test assumes the IBG traffic signals are in place for the airport. If the development were not proceeding, we would have a relatively free-flowing roundabout at that specific position. The sensitivity test is assuming that the airport needs traffic signals at that particular roundabout, which it does not. So the sensitivity test should have been for airport growth in terms of how Mr. Bissett's done it, should have applied airport traffic to the base case, not to his development case, which includes mitigation. The airport does not need that mitigation.
And we'll come on to that. I think actually I've got further questions on that, but perhaps a question for the council on the airport. Do you agree or accept the applicant's view that the Royal Highland Showground, because it doesn't have a valid planning consent now, has been excluded from the model, and that may be a change from previous studies? The council, do you agree that that's the right approach that the applicant has taken in the transport assessment?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think we were just reflecting on that ourselves, that it's 13 years since the original Royal Highland Showground application came in, and it hasn't been concluded due to a number of reasons. So it would need to be significantly revisited and considered as part of the proposals for the development application. So we are satisfied with the applicant's approach here.
And so you're happy with that applicant's approach of I think that was to exclude it from the modelling?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And the airport?
Thank you, sir. First observation is that the Royal Highland Show was included in the EIA as a committed development. I know that's not the TA, but that's the EIA. In terms of whether it should be assessed within the TA, I think although it's of some vintage, the current and most up-to-date position is that the council are still treating this at a minded to grant stage. It's been to committee, it's been resolved to be approved, subject to a section 75 that has not yet been completed. I'm not aware the council have taken any steps to bring it back to committee to refuse it. So there's nothing on the planning portal, so its status is it is at minded to grant. It's got some vintage, but it's still at minded to grant, so it's at a very advanced stage. It might have to come back to committee for that legal agreement to be concluded, but at the moment there's no suggestion that it's going anywhere. It is on the council's portal as committed development.
And I would add, sir, that the wet study, the applicant's own study, took account of RHS traffic in that study.
Just visit the council again with regard to what you've heard from the airport there in terms of the position on the application, despite it being of some vintage. Have you got anything additional to add in response to what the airport has said?
Yeah, it is of some vintage, sir, and I think I go back to the original vintage of the application. It would need to be reconsidered. It would not be considered in the context of the current local development plan. We would not be in a position to take a decision on it. It's not just about the section 75. We would be issuing a decision, and we're always very clear that the point that we issue a decision is you need to consider the appropriate local development plan context. That's significantly shifted in terms of MPF4, the local development plan, a whole range of issues there would need to be considered, and there is no delegated authority for us following the council decision to issue any decision now with the section 75. So I'm very clear that we would be back to committee and revisiting it. I wouldn't necessarily want to go into the details of any discussions that there may or may not be with the Highland Showgrounds in terms of their commercial sensitivity of it. But at the moment, there is no discussions and no progression on this case, and therefore we do not consider it is an active application at this time.
There is still a valid application there that is under consideration.
There is an application. There has been no active movement on the application for some considerable years on it. So it is one that sits within our legacy catalogue.
Okay. Does the applicant have anything to say in response to what the airport and the council have just highlighted with regard to what was in the EIA, what you've taken into account at the transport assessment?
So the specific request from the government was to do a standalone transport assessment to look at the impacts of the IBG development and then look at an addition of some form of airport growth on top of that. There was no mention of the Royal Highland Showground within that. It's not a committed development. It doesn't have a valid planning consent.
Okay. Heard your views on that. I've also read the party's views on the evaluation of need in terms of full dualling of Eastfield Road and Gogger Link Road. I don't think I need to ask any questions. I think all the applicants are clear. All the parties are clear on their views there. But what I was keen today is to provide any opportunity for the applicant, if they go to 344 to 347 of the transport assessment review by McDonald. It's just based on what you've heard today. Is there anything additional there that you would like to respond to? So that's 344 to 347. I just wanted to check that based on what you've heard yesterday and today, there's nothing more that you want to add before I go on to airport growth. So to the applicant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, we covered this in 2020 at the previous hearing session when we talked about wets and wetter and all the transport studies that have been undertaken over the last, I don't know, 15 years in this area. It was our position at that time that Weta Refresh was the definitive transport study for West Edinburgh, and WETS was not relevant.
Anything else to add there? Those are the questions that I was wanting to ask under item F. Thank you for that discussion. We have drifted on in terms of time, so I would propose a short break until 12 o'clock, and we'll come back to talk about how the modelling has dealt with airport traffic growth, and that's item G, 7G. So if everyone's content to come back at 12 o'clock, sorry we've been a bit longer before having a break, but I think now is a sensible time to break. So we'll see you all back at 12 o'clock. I just check to see if everyone is ready to start. Just about everyone getting seated. That's useful. Item G now on the agenda, 7G, airport growth. The airport have expressed concerns, and the applicant has responded, highlighting the approach it has taken. But just a question for the applicant, first of all, in terms of that reference case for the modelling, has there been any growth with regard to airport passenger numbers in that reference case? It's probably for Mr. Bissett.
So in terms of the reference case, the reference case includes some background traffic growth to try and reflect, I suppose, where we were pre-pandemic. So to try and reflect conditions pre-pandemic, just to do exactly that, reflect conditions that they would have been should we not have suffered a global pandemic.
So that would include the picture as far as the airport was concerned at that time.
Yes.
If I can ask the council a question with regard to what it would be looking for as far as the reference case is concerned, would you require or be looking for an assessment of this nature, albeit fairly unique, to take into account anticipated growth of an existing use, such as the airport along Eastfield Road in a reference case? Would you expect to see a transport assessment looking at future growth patterns associated with that particular existing use?
So yeah, it's a sensible approach in a similar way to what might be taken as committed development, not necessarily with a planning application, planning consent, but with it's in the plan. So I think it's sensible to do that, and clearly that's what WETA and the WETA refresh did. I think the difficulty, as Mr. Bissett has referred to, and the difficulties over the last few years is actually knowing what those figures are and what the growth is going to be. And I think that's the real difficulty, and also bearing in mind that the scope was drafted in 2021, and then the actual study was in 2022. So it's a very dynamic situation.
Your position is that it would be sensible to do that, but actually arriving at a set of figures would be difficult given the circumstances. I think that's roughly what you're saying.
Yes, I think the other thing to take into account is whether that is all what mode of transport any airport growth is going to take. Whether it's all going to be car, whether it's going to be a mix, whether it's all going to be public transport, cycling, walking, and what that balance is going to be.
If I can perhaps turn to the airport, if you've heard the applicant re-clarifying what's in the transport assessment, and you've heard the council's view on the difficulty in actually including airport growth into the base case or reference case. Perhaps have you heard anything that allays your fears or concerns that you've set out in your transport assessment review?
No, sir. Obviously, we have differences of opinion here. Our view is that you need to take account of airport traffic growth in the reference case. The applicant has indicated that he's only taken account of some traffic growth to take us back to pre-pandemic conditions. And the council said difficult to come up with what that might be. But so we have a difference. I've given you my view, but whilst we differ in our views as to what should be in the reference case, and Mr. Bissett, the applicant's position is that we're not taking account of airport traffic growth in the reference case. The issue is that he doesn't take any account of traffic growth in that reference case. You know, you're going from a 2022 base traffic count to 2030. That's 8 years of some form of growth. They haven't applied any. Now, TA guidance paragraph 2.9, and that's in, I refer to that in AIL 7.3.106, says that TAG guidance 2.9 says you have to take account of future year traffic growth. Now, as I said, the applicant hasn't applied any traffic growth in his development assessment. He should have applied, if he doesn't agree with airport traffic growth, the applicant should have applied some form of traffic growth value which he considered appropriate. Applying no traffic growth between 2022 and 2030 is incorrect and undermines the assessment of development traffic. National traffic road forecasts are available for use for this, and the applicant could have decided which forecast he used. Now, I put the situation to you that if a TA is handed to a local authority with no traffic growth from the base traffic count year to the opening year or the year of assessment, that transport assessment would be handed back and said, please take it away and take account of some form of background traffic growth. It's applied no traffic growth, which is incorrect.
I just wanted to turn to that again, just to be, just to get clarity that Mr. Martin's assertion that no growth has been applied between the base year onwards is an accurate one, or any other matters you'd like to respond to, Mr. Bissett?
No, it's completely inaccurate. We have put growth in there, as I just alluded to in your previous question to me 5 minutes ago. So there is growth from the base traffic surveys which were undertaken in 2022 to try and reflect what may have happened should we not have had a global pandemic. Now, I'd like to return to the point that we've returned to numerous times already, that the specific request was to look at a transport assessment following on from WETA paragraph 10.5 that looked at any site-specific requirements for its development on its own. We have to be able to examine the impacts of the IBG development on the road network without the background noise of any other development to try and determine what the impact of the IBG development is on the road network and the appropriate mitigation that is required to mitigate the impacts of that development. That's what we have done.
And just to refer to the TAG guidance 2.9 that the airport highlighted in terms of the traffic growth during the period of the model, if you like. I think you mentioned to 2030, Mr. Martin. You've not applied. Is it correct to say that you've not applied any growth into a future year to 2030?
That's correct. This has already been addressed through the WETA refresh study.
Is there anything the council would like to add, having heard that exchange between the airport and the applicant? Is there anything additional we'd like to add in terms of what the planning authority would do, particularly maybe responding to the point of the airport that if the planning authority were handed a transport assessment that didn't assume an element of change in traffic over a period, that you'd be handing it back.
Thanks. No, I think the one of the points we'd like to make is clearly in the context of the mobility plan, the emerging city plan, MPF4, various other documents. The thrust of what we're looking for and what we're expecting is more sustainable transport, and that's really the thrust. Reductions in car kilometres is a key part of that. I think it needs to be seen in that context. It's not just what I might call a predict and provide, which used to be the attitude in the past, in that you predict the level of the number of cars essentially that you're going to get, and you provide some sort of capacity for that. It's a very different world I think we're in now.
Therefore, then, do you accept that we are in a different environment now, as the councillor just indicated, that what we've done in the past is not necessarily going to cut it as we move forward?
Well, obviously we're moving into sustainable transport times, so, but come back, this is 2-year guidance. To say that there is going to be no traffic growth on Eastfield Road from 2022 to 2030, which Mr. Bissett has confirmed he's not applied any growth to 2030, is contrary to 2-year guidance, which is now obviously elevated in importance in NPF4.
The council's essentially, are you content with what the transport assessment has done with regard to its reference case? Based on our
yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, but just a further point there. It is ultimately that the tag is from 2012. It is guidance. It remains guidance. It's not got more elevated status than the overall terms of NPF4 itself. So it's not going to. It can't go in and dated that date. Fully address some of these newer issues that have been emerging in the last couple of years, and are addressed in NPF4. We know what it says in NPF4 about the guidance, but you haven't to assess against all NPF4 policies clearly in terms of the development plan. Thanks.
If I could add one small point, sir.
Yes.
Kind of the sustainability issue, that the traffic forecasts are available to use, the national traffic forecasts. There is a range of forecasts: high growth, low growth, high growth, and central growth. So, you can adopt a low growth forecast which can take account of sustainability, but it still indicates that you should apply some form of growth.
In terms of advice to developers, does the council provide any particular advice on traffic growth now, in the light of where we are? Do you expect a no growth scenario to be the key, or do you ask developers to look at any of the growth scenarios that Mr. Martin has highlighted? I know this case is particular and it's specific, but just in general terms, would you have any particular advice to an applicant who was preparing a transport assessment and needed advice on this?
Generally speaking, so what I would be looking for is as part of the scope. So that would be put forward as part of the scope, and we would look at that and either agree or make suggestions. But clearly, it's their document, and we'd be looking at the findings of that. But certainly that it could potentially form part of that. It depends on the location, depends on other issues.
So you're indicating that you don't have any general advice in terms of agreeing a scope on transport growth. It would depend on the circumstances. Is that fair?
Yes, it depends on the circumstances, and also I think as been indicated, it needs to be seen in that context of the current NPF4 mobility plan, etc.
Okay, I think I've heard everything I need to hear, and I've got all your submissions on those matters. Item H now.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Can I just clarify one thing? It's just a reference. I'm not wanting to bring anything else into
that's fine.
That's fine. But in the transport assessment APP 521, Appendix A, which is the agreed transport assessment scope.
Yep.
Our position and agreement in relation to assessment years and growth, etc., is on page 9 at the top, under the title Assessment Years, Growth and Committed Development. I'll just leave you to draw your conclusion from that, and I don't want to introduce anything new here. Just didn't mention that reference in my previous discussion.
That's useful. That can go straight to that, so that's helpful. Thank you for that. On H, it's really just one question to the airport. Is it the applicants has provided a response? I think it's probably in paragraph 2.128 in terms of driver delay, because the airport had a concern about the information on driver delay. Does what the applicant say there in the response deal with your concerns?
I'll comment if I can.
Yeah.
The applicant says that driver delay due to the development is not expected to be perceived by road users due to the difference being small, oblique, negligible. How can you say that? That's a very bold statement to make. How do we know that without the driver delay results being provided? Now, driver delay is specifically requested as an output of the modelling by Annex A. Now, it's my view that Annex A's request for specifically driver delay information may relate to the airport's expressed concern at the hearings in 2020. And I would refer to paragraphs 2.62 to 2.66 of hearing session 2, in which we commented that for the applicant to suggest a 4-fold or 5-fold increase in average delay, which is what was reported in WETS in 2.62 of my previous hearing statement, at the development access, the applicant said that is not significant, and I suggested that was an astounding statement to make. And I criticised at the previous hearing session the lack of average delay results, because they only provided delay information at 2 junctions along Eastfield Road. One of them showed a 4 or 5-fold increase in driver delay. And I suggested it was unacceptable to only provide 2 junctions in terms of operational performance, again, in my previous hearing session. And I said in 2.64 that any increase in delay needs to be mitigated. Now, to me, it's a significant concern that the applicant has not provided any delay information as requested by Annex A. At least he provided 2 junctions delay information in WETS. He's not provided any this time round. His suggestion that the difference will be negligible is just not supported by any analysis, and is contradicted by the previous analysis in WETS, which referred to 4 and 5-fold increases. Now, this is quite concerning to me. It's a direct contravention of Annex A requirements. My tier review in introductory paragraph 1.3 highlighted that driver delay information was not provided in the TA as requested as Annex A, and lists it as a non-compliance. Now, the applicant has had the opportunity to address this non-compliance in his submission on the 7th of March. He's chosen not to do so. Why is this? Is it because the analysis is indicating similar increases as in the WETS report? We simply do not know, sir, because that information has not been provided as required.
I can ask the council, when you were looking at the transport assessment leading up to this, is that a matter of concern for you? I don't think you've said much on it in terms of responding, but would there have been any additional benefit from providing driver delay information as has been set out by the airport?
Sorry, I'm not quite sure I picked up what the exact question was.
I'm just in looking at the transport assessment, would the transport assessment have benefited from, would be able to understand the results better if we had driver delay information as has been suggested by the airport? Would that have added anything to the transport assessment as far as you're concerned?
I'm not convinced that it would. I mean, it's of interest, but I think we're more interested in the public transport, cycling, walking side of things than necessarily driver delays. Whether there are major impacts from the development, from the traffic, or the trips that are generated.
Okay. Applicant, you've heard the airport and the council's current approach. Would there have been any benefit to provide additional analysis? Would it have told us anything different to what you're telling us in the transport assessment?
No, it wouldn't have told you anything different, and the airport are incorrect in their assertions here. The driver delay is negligible, and that is apparent from the journey time information that's presented in the transport assessment. The journey time looks at more than just the junctions, it looks at the whole route. In fact, it looks at a number of routes, as detailed in figure 8-10 on page 66 of the transport assessment. So if there's really anything else to say on this matter, we present all the journey time information in section 8.5, and the development impact summary is contained in section 8.6 of the transport assessment.
In terms of the scope, that wasn't any part of the discussions with the council in terms of what you were going to be presenting.
If you just give me a second, I will just check to be sure.
Just one comment, so if I could. The scope.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, the scope, as far as I'm concerned, is Annex A. And Annex A requires driver delay. It's quite specific.
Yes, my question just was the agreed scope with the council.
Yep.
Just if there was anything there that he can point me to. I'll be reading it again, probably a number of times. I want to double check that it wasn't an agreed requirement, and it's it slipped off.
The transport assessment scoping note, appendix A of the transport assessment, page 11, we state in there that we have proposed traffic modelling as outlined within the scoping note and would welcome your thoughts agreement on our proposed approach. The agreed approach was to undertake microsimulation modelling and report on the information that's presented in the transport assessment.
So nothing in the scope agreed with the council that was suggest that driver delay information was to be presented in the transport assessment.
So I think we're maybe confusing terminology here. That driver delay, in my mind, is exactly that. It's a period of time, whether it's in seconds or minutes, that a driver may be held up on a route. Now, the journey time information that we've presented in the transport assessment is exactly that. It tells you the difference in the journey time from the reference case to the with development case and shows the differences there. So the increase in journey time or potential delay to the driver in going along whatever route it is that's being reported in the transport assessment.
Great, thank you for that.
Can I make a comment on that journey time comment?
Yeah, I think one final comment, and then we'll move on to person trip analysis. Mr. Martin.
Well, in that sense, I'll just leave it.
Okay. The applicant has provided its position, I think. Person trip analysis from 2.1, 19 and 20, and a similar question to the airport as before is that has that addressed your concerns, or do you agree with what the applicant has said there in response?
I don't agree. So,
are there particular parts that you'd like to draw my attention to?
Yeah, the applicant is referring to trip generation that is from WITA. So, and I think it's probably more relevant to start at TA 721, paragraph 721. Now, this states that trip generation data, which informed the WETA study, was derived from first principles in WETS. Now, this is the very type of analysis required by TA guidance from first principles, site-specific analysis. And I go to what I say in the TA review, which is paragraphs 366 and 367. And if I go to page 19 on EEL 7, it's a TA review. TA guidance, I say in 366, TA guidance is very clear on this matter. And I provide the guidance. The last sentence, transport assessment focuses on the development site within a catchment area, determined by the nature of development, and accessibility of the site to the catchment by different modes of travel. And then 367, accessibility analysis and location consideration will lead the process of assessment. But the TA has adopted WITA person trip numbers, not based on a site-specific location-oriented analysis, but based on a course strategic model level of generated data. Now, I give full explanation of this in EEL 7, in paragraphs 3.48 to 3.76 there. But my basic question is, why would you stray from using person trip data derived from first principles, as stated in the applicant's own TA 721, and in accordance with TA guidance, to using strategic model generated person trips not in accordance with TA guidance. And by adopting these strategic model person trip numbers, rather than the site-specific analysis numbers of WETs, the TA has artificially reduced public transport person trip numbers dramatically, as I indicate in Table 1 of the TA review on page 19. So I see no reason for using a WETA strategically generated, automatically generated by land use person trip numbers when the applicant already had his site-specific analysis and person trip numbers associated with that.
The applicant then, is there anything more you want to say in response to that over and above what you've said in your response from 2119 to 2124?
Sir.
Does the council have anything to add? I mean, do you agree or otherwise with the airport's argument that using the recent numbers from the WETA, was it refresh, wasn't the right approach to take?
Thanks. No, I think it's the right approach to take. I think in very simple terms, if there is a suggestion that public transport is underestimated, to me that would suggest that you're overestimating car trips. And if the analysis is being carried out on that, and it is being shown that the network actually works with the mitigation, that to me suggests it's a more robust analysis.
Applicant, is that something you would align yourself with?
Yes, sir, that makes entire sense to me, what Mr. Simpson has just said.
And to the airport, then you've heard, just allowed to come back, you've heard what the council have had to say on it. Is there anything in particular you would add to the matters that you disagree on?
I think what I have in the TA review and what I just said fully explains my position, so I don't need to add anything.
And do we want to have a discussion on I think you raised a concern over the scenarios that were chosen, scenario A and B. I think you were quite concerned that the applicant had chosen a certain scenario. I think your concerns there are set out in your review. Is there anything that the applicant can say in addition to kind of justify the use of that scenario, or is it all set out for me in your response?
I believe it's all set out in my response, and also within the WETA refresh study, that scenario A is the scenario that was used to develop all the mitigation measures required for West Edinburgh and all the infrastructure and the package of measures and their funding application to the government for support for these infrastructure measures. So the approved WETA study is based on scenario A and all the infrastructure that is required for development in West Edinburgh.
And would the council agree with that statement from the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Agreement. Anything additional then in response to that from the airport? You've heard what the council has said, and with regard to the scenarios in the WETA refresh.
Yeah. Yeah, just to say that without reading it out, so I'll just refer you to my paragraph 3.60 in the TA review, which explains our position very clearly in terms of why Weta chose scenario A, in terms of scenario B, and why, in terms of a site-specific development, that's the wrong choice. So I'll just leave you to review paragraph 3.60, so.
Just maybe with that, is there anything that the applicant wishes to say with regard to 3.60 in the TA review? Is there anything specific to that paragraph that you would like me to consider?
Sir, Mr. Martin's just clarifying what it says in the Weta refresh study in terms of the difference between scenarios A and scenarios B, so we have nothing further to add on that point.
Just before we move off this item, an opportunity for the applicant. Is there anything additional? I mean, the review from probably paras 3.483 through to 3.76 has provided a number of points there. So beyond anything you've said in submission, is there anything additional that you want to make sure I hear today before we move on? So having heard what you've heard, is there anything that you want to add to your response based on what the airport's TA review 3.48 to 3.76 says? Is there anything in there that you want to add anything for this hearing?
I'm going to say possibly because I'm not sure. I'll need to just check back what I said in my submission here, but I think that if you just indulge me for a second.
It may be something that you make in closing remarks anyway. So
no, I have clarified that in my paragraph 2.119, I state that the EAL7 is not correct to paragraph 350. That was the thing I was going to clarify.
Yeah.
The EIA submissions did use Weta data. The airport incorrectly states that we did not use Weta data for the EIA. And that was reflected in the 2018 supplementary environmental information that is before this hearing.
So nothing to add over and above what you have put in your submission. In terms of a matter that we discussed yesterday, and that was the assessment of construction effects. I think it's still useful to have a bit of a discussion today, although we did touch on it yesterday. The airport, I think, was clear yesterday, that they felt that the transport assessment or overall approach wasn't in line with TA guidance. I think that was stated yesterday in terms of including assessing the impact of construction traffic. The question to the applicant really is I've read what you've said on this, but in terms of the mitigation works, and not all of them are major works, but along Eastfield Road, does that need to be assessed in terms of its traffic impact as part of an EIA development, in terms of mitigation works that are required to make the development acceptable? Would the impact of those mitigation works normally be be assessed. So that's to the applicant first.
Thank you, sir. In my experience, no, we wouldn't assess the effects of construction traffic for the mitigation works or the infrastructure works that are required as part of the proposed development. I don't want to go over detail that you've already got before you. You've already mentioned you've seen it, but effectively, this was covered in the environmental statement where they did assess the construction effects, and it's quoted there in my paragraph 2.1.44. So I don't want to waste anybody's time by reading it out again. The information's before you.
Does that 2.144? Do you think that specifically addresses the mitigation works? Because that's what my question was about along Eastfield Road in terms of the road works that will be required. Is there a duty on an applicant within an EIA context to look at the impacts, significance or otherwise, of mitigation that's required? Because I don't think that paragraph deals with that matter, but you may tell me otherwise.
I think my view is, in terms of construction impacts in EIAs, certainly when I've been involved in other types of developments, such as wind farms, that's a more relevant instance where you would look at the construction effects of a wind farm and what is required. Because once the wind farm has been built, there is literally no traffic to that development. It's a couple of maintenance vehicles that come in every so often to manage the wind turbines, whereas the actual impact of getting the components and building the access tracks to build the wind farm towers and blades and everything else is the most significant effect of the development. Now, in terms of the proposed IBG development, the construction effects of the development are over such a long period of time, and we don't actually know which parts of the development are going to come forward first, when they're going to come forward. So there's no way to determine what the construction impacts of these would be beyond what we've stated in the environmental statement. But in terms of your question on the construction impacts of constructing the infrastructure measures, that's not something I've ever considered that would be required in this instance. And it certainly wasn't requested by the council through scoping either.
Turning into the council, in an EIA context, would you expect mitigation measures to be assessed in terms of their impact, in terms of whether the mitigation creates any significant effects?
So yeah, you would expect general mitigation to be captured by conditions, etc., for EIA, and I think we went through that exercise at the previous hearing for the different conditions and how it related back to the EIA. I think what's important to pick out here in the specific topic is the construction effects on transport in and around the site, and it's a specific, as I understand it, how the lorries are coming back and forward to the site each day, how that site would be serviced. And I think what's identified in paragraph 2.144 is that whilst there's a construction traffic management plan, it would be agreed with the relevant roads authority, and it's the roads authority that has control over occupation, etc., of the roads, and that sits out with the planning authority. And we would always be very specific that we shouldn't be adding conditions on or controls on where there is another appropriate regime that would control that matter. And that is our stance on it.
Supposed to reword it then is that as far as the council is concerned, it does, I think it's the third element of the mitigation, the dualling of Eastfield Road to the northern access of the proposed development and the improvements around the dumbbells and I think the westbound off slip. Those won't require any other significant mitigation to allow that to happen. Any other infrastructure, any additional requirements, that can all happen quite smoothly, can it?
Yeah, we still would need the details to come forward of those, and there's various different processes that need to come forward, but I don't envisage that there is anything additional.
Does the airport wish to comment on what you've heard there?
Commenting just on what the council just said, don't envisage there is anything additional required. Well, we don't know that because nothing has been looked at. The applicant relies on past environmental statement submissions to suggest that the impact of construction traffic has been covered as part of the environmental statement with the site survey. And 522, which is a WSP technical note of 7th of November 2022, provides a review of the TA. And this indicates that the impacts were assessed on the basis of advice within the guidelines for the environmental assessment of road traffic, and that the transport and access chapters of the EIA considered these environmental impacts. So can I ask you to have TA guidance to hand, sir, which is EEL 23?
Yep.
And can we go to page 36? And paragraph 573, sir, the first sentence, which states the environmental impacts of a development proposal are generally outside the remit of the TA process, as they should be picked up through an environmental impact assessment. Then can I ask you to turn to page 23 of the guidelines?
Page 23.
Page 23, paragraph 5.13. And that, the beginning of 5.13 says detailed information. I stress it says detailed information should be provided regarding the proposed development, including the following. And if we look at the 6th bullet, or is it the 5th bullet? 6th bullet, sir, the impact of site construction traffic. So detailed information should be provided in the TA on the impact of site construction traffic, which, as 573 says, is different from an EIA. So what the applicant has done is he's addressed the environmental impacts, but he hasn't addressed construction traffic road capacity impacts on Eastfield Road as required by TA guidance. And he hasn't considered what temporary access egress requirements may be required. Now, the council mentioned a construction traffic management plan. Well, that won't cover this particular aspect. Your typical content of a construction traffic management plan covers heavy goods vehicle routing, hours, signage, etc., but not what the access requirements from the road network are. Now, there is no restraint on construction traffic levels. Construction traffic will include a large proportion of HGVs, which have a significant effect on network operation and assessment, much more than cars. We have a roundabout, which is currently on Eastfield Road, which is the location of a primary access into the site, which will probably be a construction access. Now, if that is used for construction traffic turning right at that roundabout will have priority over traffic leaving the airport. And I would imagine that at times of the day that the queuing associated with that back into the airport could be significant. We just do not have an indication of what access is required for construction traffic. Now, the applicant stating that road infrastructure associated with the operation of the development will be provided at the time of the first stage of the development becoming operational. This, of course, means that no road infrastructure is planned for construction traffic in the construction stage. We simply don't know what is required for construction traffic. Now, Mr. Bissett might say, well, it's quite a long construction period, but some form of assessment could quite easily have been done, some form of spreadsheet analysis to indicate what might be required and what the impact on the resilience of Eastfield Road would be. So it's quite simple to me. So the TA is deficient in relation to construction traffic infrastructure mitigation requirements, and it doesn't comply with TA guidance. And Annex A also requires the impact of construction traffic, and that's not been done either.
Thank you for that. I think I've allowed the applicant an opportunity to respond to any matters there that have not been responded to already in your response. Probably Mr. Bissett.
Thank you, sir. Couple of points just to make in terms of the dualling of Eastfield Road and the additional lanes for buses on the westbound off-slip. These are to be constructed offline. It's quite obvious from the plans that you can see that the widening of the dualling is into the applicant's site. So there should be minimal interference with the operation of Eastfield Road. The council has mentioned the construction traffic management plan. That is an entirely appropriate way to deal with these matters in due course. Once there is detailed applications and contractors on board, we are in a much better position to inform the council as to the volume of materials, which is directly correlated to the number of vehicles that may be required to visit the site. I can't tell you how much concrete is going to be required to build whatever building comes forward first, or steel, or whatever that might be. It's impossible to tell. It's a PPIP application. We have no idea. I would like to correct the airport on the fact that they mentioned that the environmental information was past information. Actually, that environmental information is still current. It's not past and superseded. That's an answer.
Thank you very much. Now we're running up to lunch. 4 minutes to deal with overspill to the existing park and ride. My feeling is that it would be better to stop for lunch. I have just a little bit of concern that we might not finish for 4, so I'm going to suggest a tighter lunch time. I don't know if that fits with everyone in terms of their plans for lunch. Could I be so bold as to suggest 30 minutes? Or would 45 minutes be okay?
Sir, 30 minutes would be okay from the applicant's perspective. Could I raise the issue of what time we are likely to finish today. From a selfish perspective, I have a meeting arranged for 4 o'clock. I had warned the parties involved that because I was at the hearing, there's a potential for an overrun. I don't want to cancel that meeting if your intention is that we finish at 4 o'clock, even if we've not finished, if you see what I mean. So I really just wanted to sound you out about whether you felt that we might run on late, in which case I'll pull the plug on my meeting and prioritise this hearing.
My intention would still be to finish by 4. In terms of the transportation assessment items, item K is perhaps more lengthy than the rest. I essentially have one question under each of the matters. On planning obligations, item 8 will take no more than a couple of minutes. It's just to get agreement on something. The conditions, there's not been a lot of submission on the conditions at the end of the day, and they have the submissions that have been made in the past. I just want to see if we can gain some time, given that I'd indicated we'd have a break before our kind of closing remarks, and that to allow time for the airport to provide any update with regard to any claim for expenses that may or may not be made. So I'm just looking to buy a little bit more time. I'm not worried that we're going to finish by 4 if we take half an hour for lunch. Airport, how are you for lunch?
We're fine with 30 minutes, sir.
And the council?
That's fine, sir. Yes, no problem.
Okay, so we can return at 1:30. And Mr. Collar, don't hold me to it, but I think you'll meet the next meeting.
Thank you, sir.
Right, we'll see you at 1:30. to see if there's anyone out there. I see the council and the applicant have returned from lunch.
So we're back, fed and watered, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Happy that we can proceed. Good. Item 7K, and that was a discussion which we had quite a lengthy discussion, exchanges on at the original hearings in 2020. I seem to recall the council were working on a solution, and I thought it would be a useful point to start. Is there any additional controls being applied, or any firm proposals? I don't think they're mentioned explicitly in the transport assessment, but useful to get your view on where you are with controlling the use of the park and ride facility by vehicles, by cars. So to the council.
Yeah. Hi, yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, just had to remind myself of a response from the 1st of April 2020 in the head of terms response. I think we discussed it at length during those sessions. There is no update really in terms of controls at the park and ride. I think we had a pandemic, there wasn't the same use, there hasn't been the same return to car commuting, where there was people using cars, maybe going up to the bank, etc. The pattern of work there has altered and changed as well. So at this time, the council haven't rolled anything out in terms of controlling car parking at the park and ride at this time. It would still be there as an option as we progress forward with the wider development of West Edinburgh.
And has there a technical solution been found? I think we spent some time discussing whether or not there was a technical and practical solution to resolving parking there. Has that moved forward other than the application of controls?
As far as we're aware, there hasn't been any alteration to the position, so no, it hasn't moved forward in terms of what the practical solution would be.
Okay. We did have quite a long discussion on this, and the position, as I'm hearing, hasn't changed from the council's perspective. Is there anything that you're aware of from the applicant's point of view, having carried out your transport assessment, that is relevant here? It's pretty much the status quo as we were at the previous hearing.
Thank you, sir. In relation to the park and ride side, there is the infrastructure of the kit in place to control access and egress to the park and ride site. So there is the barrier system and the boxes for your ticket to get in and out to raise the barrier. They're there, but I don't believe that they're operational. I think they're just permanently open. So, but I don't know when that kit was maybe installed, if that was prior to the previous hearing or it's been since then, I'm not sure, but certainly there is a method of controlling access and egress from the park and ride site at the moment, but it's not being. I don't know any further details than that.
I think from memory, the main concern was people choosing to park within the park and ride, and then access your development from there, and that was what we spent some time talking about. From the airport's point of view, is there anything fresh to update me on?
Just to say, so you're quite right in your memory that we did discuss this at length last time round, and no solution came out of that discussion. we're 3 years on, and there still isn't a solution. There are barriers. There is a barrier control which is never used. It's there as a visual. How would that control people with smartphone tickets, etc.? No solution has been provided, sir. There is a significant concern that, particularly with maximum parking standards being applied to the development, that people will just go and park in that parking right side and walk across. There's no control to stop that. Now, Annex A requires this to be a consideration of the TA. The TA doesn't address it at all. And TA guidance, paragraph 5.67, requires that potential overspill parking needs to be addressed. We're in a situation where, after 3 years, we just don't know how this might be controlled. And there is a significant concern that people will just park in their car park and walk across. And then that is to the detriment of people, commuters, that wish to use the park and ride site and use the tram.
So the arguments and the submissions made at the previous hearing it sounds as if they're still valid, and I'll reconsider my conclusions there. Just another question for the council. A controlled parking zone for West Edinburgh, has that moved any further? I think that was discussed in submissions and at the last hearing as well, and as in various sort of documents. Any specific update on that and any implications for this proposal?
And with this specific proposal for West Edinburgh, no, there hasn't been an alteration, because you couldn't progress it until you have on-the-ground development and an understanding of your street design, your layouts, how that's going to control it. I mean, we would like to design it out as much as possible, that requirement for street parking and on-street parking. So until we have a scheme that's progressed, the council would be concentrating their efforts on other areas of the city where there's a current issue and a current requirement for controlled parking zones.
Well, I don't think we can take things much further, because we took them quite a distance at the last hearing. Applicant, I'll maybe give you the last word in this matter. Is there anything in particular that has come to your attention through the transport assessment process that you want to flag up to me?
No, sir. There's nothing additional. We've stated our position on the parking right facility in our submission at 2.147 to 2.149. There's nothing further to say on that matter. We fully support the implementation of a controlled parking zone within West Edinburgh to control the parking right for its intended use and not allow it to be abused for any other purpose.
So you've not come up with any particularly smart solution to control the use of the park and ride and not to allow people to walk across to your proposed development? No.
No, sir, because it's a council facility. It's the council's. It's within the council's remit or gift to put in whatever system they want. If there's a requirement for the applicant to provide a financial contribution towards the installation of that system, then that would be a matter for discussion. But it's a council's facility that I would suggest would be their responsibility to control its intended use for what they want to use it for.
Okay, I think we're roughly where we were in the previous hearing, so I think I'm happy to move on. In terms of the next item, infrastructure requirements. It was clarified yesterday that the scope of mitigation through the transport assessment has not changed since the last hearings and submissions. I just want a little bit of clarity. I think I know what the answer is, but and we had a bit of discussion around the hearing previously on this, is that the transport assessment says, I think in paragraph 4.6.3, that infrastructure will be delivered through the WETA Developer Contribution Protocol, and I think 9.2.2 about agreeing reasonable and appropriate developer contributions towards an approved package. Now, I thought the applicant had moved, and I think you say in other submissions to this hearing that you're to agree the mitigation package before first occupying and deliver the mitigation package before the first building has been occupied. So I just want to clarify, is there any contradictory statements there between what you've said in the transport assessment and what your position is?
Yeah, our position, as stated at the previous hearing session, was that we would implement the package of infrastructure measures prior to occupation of the first building on site. And I can't remember the exact figure, but it was somewhere around about the £8 to £9 million mark for the various different measures that were quoted previously. Our position on that hasn't changed, despite what it says in the transport assessment about developer contributions. And I think that is because there was discussion the last time about whether it was appropriate to just provide developer contributions in accordance with the LDP versus us delivering the measures directly. So our position can be fluid in that respect if that is the outcome of these discussions, but our intention is that we would deliver the mitigation measures as we stated at the previous hearing session.
I just thought perhaps you'd changed your mind, and I just want to clarify what had been stated in the transport assessment. Anything to add to that response from the council's point of view?
No, I think we would just emphasise that we would be looking for this transport mitigation to be delivered by the developer and prior to the occupation of the first building. And I think that was set out in the heads of terms response as well. We expanded on some of the clauses that could be included in that. And
to the airport, we had a little bit of a discussion about infrastructure and your view with regard to prior to commencement. So we don't necessarily need to go into that in much detail. We might return to that in terms of conditions, but is there anything additional that you would like to add? I was just wanting to clarify the applicant's position given what they said in the transport assessment. Mr. McKee?
So we're fine for now. Obviously, we are seeking an increase in the scope of the potential planning obligations, but we'll come to that in a minute, I think so.
Thank you for that. And I think I know the answer to this question, but the question is, and it's to the council, have any of the measures that, and I'm sure the applicant would have mentioned this by now, but have any of the measures been partly or wholly implemented? I think that there was 4 in the heads of terms. I'll not read them out, but leaving aside the tram contribution, are they all still outstanding measures that none of which have been implemented? The council.
There has been slight movement in terms of some works have been done at Newbridge in terms of the move-out strategy. I think that was quite close to being carried out when we last met. There has been temporary works in and around the A8 corridor for bus improvement measures, but I think they've been since removed again, and that was just in a response to the pandemic in COVID. But there are other strategies and things, and with this immediate contribution area, there are other WETA packages that are being looked at. So further in at the Gogar roundabout, the Maybury corridor, etc. So some of these other areas are already being looked at as part of the WETA package coming forward.
And would that require any amendment? And we'll come on to it in terms of obligations, perhaps. But do do you need to change the obligations at all in terms of the work that's been completed around Newbridge then? Or still happy
No,
with the wording?
we're still happy with the wording in the context of it.
Is that your understanding, the applicant?
Yes, it is, sir.
And to the airport, you've not seen any recent works that the applicant or the councillor are not aware of?
We're not aware of anything, sir, beyond what's been said.
Thank you for that. Now the matter, and I know it's mentioned with regard to planning conditions and obligations, but just to have a discussion on a proposal from the airport with regard to a additional footpath on the west side of Eastfield Road. I've heard what you've, or I've read what you've said on that, but as far as the airport is concerned, has this come from your assessment of the transport assessment, and is it a mitigation that was missed out in that assessment? Where is the need, if you like, come from? And if you can explain your reasoning why it should be regarded as mitigation.
Yeah,
and then I'll look for the applicant's response and the council's response.
Yeah, I do believe it's an omission from the transport assessments. Pedestrian movement in the Eastfield Road corridor will be transformed by as the development proceeds. Now, regardless of a difference of opinion between us regarding the number of person trips generated by the development, the number of people travelling to this site by public transport is significant. And also, and the bus stops, there are bus stops adjacent to the Moxie Hotel, which is a Marriott hotel, which is north of the development site. Airport buses 100, 200 and 400 actually stop at that stop. There's no footway there to gain access to the pedestrian facilities. Now, Mr. Bissett will probably say, well, if the demand is there, the buses will stop at the bus stop south of the access. But that actually comes back on his point about how much demand might there be for these pedestrian facilities. I think the demand for the pedestrian facilities will be quite high. I'd like to refer to the TA, sir, because I think it is an omission in the TA. Can I ask you to look at the TA in terms of page 24? And it's the second paragraph on the page says 4.4.6.
Yep.
And it is anticipated that through the implementation of designing streets principles, the number of short car trips will be reduced as users perceive journeys by sustainable modes as a more attractive option for travelling within the site and to the surrounding local area. And it's the surrounding local area phrase I would like us to consider. Now, the Moxie Hotel, which is a Marriott hotel opposite the Hilton, is on the western side of Eastfield Road, adjacent to the Eastfield Road Fairview roundabout. It has all the dining facilities, it has leisure facilities, and I would suggest to you, sir, that it comes within the definition of a surrounding local area attraction that people associated with the IBG development might wish to use. Now, if you look at figure 4.3 on that same page, there's a walking accessibility assessment of the site. And the Moxie Hotel is approximately 10 minutes walk from the centre of the site. Now, paragraphs 448 and 449 below talk about walk distances of 30 minutes, etc., and how people from the site might go there. Well, surely attraction, a facility within the surrounding local area, which is only 10 minutes walk from the centre of the site, should be accompanied by active travel mode considerations. And I would have thought the council would be supporting this. They've already said that they support active travel mode considerations. And I think it's useful to consider what the council actually say in relation to this proposal. That they acknowledge that no footway currently exists in this location, and it is likely that the Roads Authority would require this to be undertaken in any event as part of the wider upgrading works to Eastfield Road through the road construction consent process. And they do not consider that specific reference needs to be made as part of a planning condition. Well, if it's likely to be required, put it in a planning condition. And if it's an important, effective travel link, it should be provided up front. So I need to just go on a little bit more, sir, that if it's considered that pedestrian connectivity between the development and the hotel is required, I'm going to have to go back to my diagram of the pedestrian facilities in my TA review. I'm just trying to find it again. Page 25 of EL7.
Yeah.
You have it, sir? No?
I have it in front of me.
Yep. Now, just going back to a discussion earlier, I gave my view. It's an all red pedestrian stage is required in the morning. And obviously, Mr. Bissett suggested differently. But if it's deemed that a continuous footway is required on the western side and a pedestrian comes along to that access junction, I wouldn't expect a pedestrian from the Moxie Hotel or the bus stops near the Moxie to have to walk all the way around the junction. I would expect pedestrian facilities to be provided across the northern arm of Eastfield Road, because you don't really want to have to walk round to get to part of the development. So the fact is that an all red pedestrian stage is required if that footway is required. There is no way, and Mr. Bissett will confirm this if he thinks about it, there is no way that you can have a walk with traffic situation only in the morning peak to be able to allow traffic, to be able to allow pedestrians to cross that northern arm.
Perhaps before going to Mr. Bissett, if I can ask the council just to clarify, because that was in my notes, the matter that the airport has raised there with regard to it would likely be a requirement of a future dueling. Does that? Are you saying that that's a requirement of the development?
I think what we've asked them to do in terms of the transport mitigation packages is the dualling of Eastfield Road to the IBG North access. So I think the area that Mr. Martin's referring to is north of that. So it's land that's beyond that red line control. So it would fall out with that sort of package in terms of that requirements. I think I'm slightly confused with Mr. Martin and his pool of people from IBG1 to one single Moxie hotel. He seemed to make quite a lot of statements about a pedestrian development and the connection between the IBG and a single hotel. So I was a bit concerned about that. And he also made statements that if we're so serious about active travel and connections, that this should be delivered up front. It doesn't require to be delivered up front of any development. You always time development as necessary and phase it as appropriate to the development that comes forward. It's not required up front of the development coming forward. Did you have anything to say, Matthew?
That's a really full experience, not that.
Yeah, so I think in the wider road infrastructure package that's identified within WETA, Eastfield Road dualling is divided down into phase 1 and phase 2. Table E3 of that road infrastructure package within the WETA refresh. Don't expect everybody to go and look there now, but if you refer to it at your convenience, it does identify that dualling from IBG new access into airport to include priority bus and 3-metre flagged footway either side of the carriageway. I guess the question now is whether it's deemed necessary for the delivery of the IBG. And as part of the package that we've outlined, it is the dualling of the Eastfield Road to the IBG North access was identified.
So no is your answer. It's not.
I think yes.
Mr. Bissett, I mean, I think I am aware there is a bus stop outside that hotel, I think, from memory, and I'll have to it. But perhaps, Mr. Bissett, you want to respond?
Thank you, sir. I was going to say the same thing as the council there. Singling out the Moxie Hotel as a desirable destination from a development that has the potential to provide its own hotels is counterproductive, quite frankly. The proposed IBG development includes an element of hotels on it. There is also the Hilton Hotel, which has been there a long time, which is on the east side of Eastfield Road. Moxie Hotel's only been there a couple of years. So singling out the Moxie Hotel as a desirable destination is not helpful, not at all, I don't think. I don't think it's realistic. We have stated that in the transport assessment scoping note on page 3, we talked about this yesterday. Below table 1, there's a paragraph that talks about mode share and pedestrians, etc. And we say in there, it is unlikely that walking would be a main mode of travel significantly out with the IBG sites, given the proximity of neighbouring potential destinations, i.e. it is possible that people with an IBG could walk to from the airport. However, it is equally likely that tram could be used for this particular trip as an example. In terms of access from the bus stops on Eastfield Road, we've already talked about this morning, that the bus stop to the south of the new Northern Junction is one of the stops that you could use as a pedestrian alighting a bus to get into the site. But I did state this morning that public transport users are more than likely to be accommodated by use of the park and ride bus station or the bus terminus at the park and ride facility. So I don't believe that it's a requirement for the applicant to provide this western footway on west side of Eastfield Road, the west side of Eastfield Road. It's certainly never featured in any of the plans that we've had before us in terms of the mitigation drawing that we've had since the previous hearing. And I don't recollect that detail has been required from the council of us to date.
I'll give the airport one other opportunity. To be fair, is there any other reason beyond the Moxie Edinburgh Airport Hotel for that pathway to be there? Maybe you just use that as an example. Are there any other need, or is there any other need for that pathway in terms of pedestrian access to anything else, or to and from the site or the proposed site? Or is it simply just access to the hotel? If it is, then I don't need to hear anything else.
So I think perhaps we need to consider the move towards 20-minute neighbourhoods as well in terms of the wider West Edinburgh area. and the implications of the new policies in NPF4. We didn't talk about that yesterday, but this is a wider sort of planning point, and we were really concentrating, I suppose, on transport. But in terms of a 20-minute neighbourhood, the ability to walk to major employment sites from IBG, I don't think IBG should be considered as self-contained. I think that flies in the face of what's meant by 20-minute neighbourhoods, and to enable walking to and from employment opportunities on both sides of Eastfield Road and up towards the airport, at the hotels and beyond, is not unreasonable.
And if I would just add, in response to comments by the council, so that just because it's not in the mitigation proposed currently and agreed with the council doesn't mean to say that it shouldn't be. If you and ministers conclude that it's necessary. And in terms of the timing of the provision of it, I would just give you a reference in the report of handling, which is page 30, and it's a conclusion on transport matters. And the second paragraph states that effective active travel links would be implemented from the outset of development.
I think what I was asking you there was to demonstrate to me beyond the hotel what the need for those active or that additional active travel route was, but you've not added to that. So I think we can probably move on. We might come back to this in terms of obligations and conditions, but I think we've had a reasonable discussion. Is there anyone who wants to say anything else on that before we move on?
Sorry, sir, just going back to my point, the other accesses or the other places you would access beyond the Moxie Hotel would be the businesses, potentially for employment in and around Eastfield Road, and up towards the airport as well. So the active travel would be important if you were living on IBG and you weren't necessarily working on IBG and you were looking to access employment in the wider area that you could walk to.
Almond Road.
And Almond Road.
Almond Road, businesses on Almond Road.
Would there be a route for that down the east side of the road up until the Hilton roundabout?
There is a footway, sir, but there is no controlled pedestrian crossing facilities.
That introduces a slightly different sort of proposal in that what you're suggesting there is that there's a lack of pedestrian infrastructure to facilitate ease of access into the wider airport area. The council, do you have any particular response to that?
No, I think we shared your observations in terms of there's footway down the eastern extent of Eastfield Road, and it is a different matter as to whether you can now cross the road or not. I think that's a new matter that's been introduced there that hasn't been addressed before.
Did the applicant consider these sort of options when looking at their assessment around the Fairfield Road roundabout?
We certainly didn't consider it in the level of detail that's just been put to us, but certainly on the southern arm of the Hilton roundabout, there are tactile paving and dropped curbs to cross from one side of the road to the other, between the Hilton Hotel side and the Moxie Hotel side, and then along Fairview Road. I'm not aware of any significant pedestrian activity at that location. I don't have any data to suggest one way or another if there's significant pedestrian activity in that location. But there is the ability to cross the road at that location from one side to the other.
I seem to recall that on the site visits, and is there anything anyone else would like to add on that matter? You'll obviously get another chance, perhaps, once we discuss it in terms of obligations, but in terms of the need arising from the transport assessment, I think I've had answers to my questions. Okay, that takes us on to item 8. At the time we were sitting in the hearing, we were looking forward to the implementation of the Planning Scotland Act of 2019. Most of that's, or a number of those provisions are in place. I just wanted to double check that it was parties' views that in terms of the duration of permissions, that can be addressed by planning condition. I think that's been raised in submissions, and that a direction is no longer required. Are all parties happy that that is the case? Council?
Yes, we're happy if that's the case, sir.
Okay, no one arguing against that.
Sir, sorry, we were just having a discussion here about it, sir. I suppose the concern from the airport is if an extended duration is given to this permission and it's simply sat on, nothing's developed there, then at an ongoing point in time, both the TA and the EIA will be out of date, sir. I know how concerned the council are about matters such as the Royal Highland Show and the vintage there, sir. And we want to see something sort of similar happening here, sir, where things have moved on and the TA is completely out of date in terms of its mitigation.
From memory, the submissions on that related to a kind of staged approach and not necessarily allowing a consent to sit there for a number of years. And I think there was a little bit of discussion around that in the hearing, and I remember asking questions around that, and I certainly came to conclusions on that in my first report to ministers. But so that was an issue I was aware of. The point here was just to get clarification from everyone that it's not a direction that ministers would require if they felt it appropriate to consent this development. It would be through condition. I think I heard all the arguments previously. Applicant, anything that you wish to add?
Nothing further to add, sir.
Well, I did indicate that I would run item 10 first before 9. I think that's the way it's appeared in terms of your submissions. So it would be useful if you all had the I think it's the Litchfield's memo on conditions and obligations, and I've also got the responses of the council and the airport. Sorry, and the applicant there. There was certainly there's kind of four suggestions. The first one is the additional pedestrian footways, which we've just discussed. In terms of a question here, it's really if ministers considered it appropriate, are we talking a planning condition or a planning obligation? We've discussed the merits of it. It's just the technical discussion now that if ministers conclude that appropriate, is everyone content that that should be an obligation given it's outside the site? I'm not indicating any preference or conclusion on this. I must emphasise that, but it's just simply so that I can understand your views, the council. May have frozen actually. I think the council has. Can I ask the airport then? You put it in obligations, so your view is that it would be a planning obligation?
We have, sir. It's in under the banner of an obligation. We've just discussed whether it's needed, and that's a judgment for you to make, sir. I think the difficulty in enshrining this in a condition is that, certainly from my understanding, and we have carried out some title searches, we do not think that the necessary land for the pedestrianisation of the west side of Eastfield Road is within the control of the applicant. So therefore, you couldn't make it a condition in a normal way under section 41. If it were to be a planning condition, then it'd have to be, I think, a true Grampian condition, whereby they'd have to do it first and then, you know, they'll do the rest of the development. So we put it right at the front end of the development. That's what we're saying anyway in terms of infrastructure generally. But we thought, on balance, it would be better nested as a planning obligation and would meet the 5 tests.
Okay, I'm going to stop us there for a minute because I think we've lost the council.
Sorry, yeah, we have just gone.
And they probably didn't hear everything that you said.
So the effect of me speaking here. I
don't think there's a direct correlation, but I'll let the council answer that. I think if Callum or Ewan are listening in the background, which they may not be at this stage in the hearing, I don't know if you can help out Edinburgh Council. I'm just going to send a little message to the team. Okay, that's excellent, Callum. What I'm going to suggest is just a 5-minute adjournment here, just to see if that will allow the council to come back in. So sticking to the 5 minutes, we'll come back at 17 minutes past. And that's when I'll switch my video on. Thank you.
Oh, yes, now. Yeah, great. Thanks. Yeah, great. Thank you, Callum.
Okay. Glad to see that the council have returned. I think you may have missed the last minute or so of what Mr. McKee was saying. So that was with regard to whether he thought additional pedestrian footways on the west side of Eastfield Road would be by obligation or condition. But in summarising, Mr. McKee, you concluded that your advice is that it would be best dealt with by an obligation. Is that fair?
That's correct, sir. Sorry for the delay there. I'm just getting the mouse sorted.
That's fine. Again, it's not a discussion on the merits, but if that was a matter that ministers thought was appropriate mitigation, is that an obligation the most appropriate method, if you like, to the council?
Yes, the council would agree an obligations are the best method, sir.
And the applicant?
Yes, sir. In that scenario, we'd agree with that.
Can I just repeat that it doesn't reflect any of my thoughts or conclusions? I'll do that in my report to ministers, but useful to have the discussion nonetheless. The second point raised is extra buses, and we've discussed that at the previous hearing. We've discussed that yesterday with regard to the party's views on that, and I think the council have indicated in the limited occasions that this has happened, it has been dealt with by planning obligation. So if ministers were persuaded by that, it would be a planning obligation. I don't see anyone disagreeing with that. Again, I don't think, given our discussions over the last couple of days and the previous hearing, that we need to go into the merits of that. What's been provided by the report is just one bullet point, so there's not a lot to go on there. So, is there anything the airport want to add to that, other than clarifying that if there was some arrangement, it would be through a planning obligation?
No, sir, that is our position, that extra buses to meet increased trips would have to be by way of a planning obligation, because it would either require the actual delivery of them or alternatively the payment of a subsidy, which we think is best controlled through our PO.
Thank you. And we discussed the third point with regard to extra trams and the what is in the existing heads of terms. Council's position hasn't moved from yesterday.
Our position hasn't changed.
And does anyone disagree that if additional trips were to be covered or required, then it would be through a planning obligation? I don't see anyone's hands up or shaking, so that's fine. And the fourth point, which is raised, which I think we did discuss in our previous hearing, but and this is consistent, I think, with the airport's previous view that an obligation could be used to minimise the use of the park and ride facility for car users visiting the proposal. So that's the airport's view, and I think I took evidence from others at the previous hearing. So unless the applicant or the council want to say something else on that, I'm happy to move on. And again, I'm not concluding on these matters. I just want to make sure that you've had an opportunity to indicate whether you feel it's a matter for an obligation or not. Okay, I'll just move on. The last question I have with regard to obligations.
Sorry, very briefly. I think as we've already discussed at length on this, and as the council have acknowledged several times, that item in the scenario that you outlined would be a matter for the council to deal with, as they've already provided evidence on at their previous in their previous hearing statements.
Yes, I think that's consistent with your view at that point as well.
Could I maybe just be clear that when we, the airport, have indicated that this mechanism should be part of a planning obligation, it's certainly the intention behind that it would be the applicant that would be paying for that mechanism, not the public purser. You know, I've obviously listened to the interplay between the council and the applicants. For once, perhaps they're not in agreement, but certainly the applicant is shifting the responsibility onto the council for this because it's a council managed facility. But nevertheless, sir, the reason that underlies the need to introduce this mechanism comes from the development and not from anywhere else, sir. So it's only right that the developer should pay for the impact on the infrastructure.
And I think that is consistent with your position at the previous hearing.
Very much so. It's completely aligns with it. Thank you.
A question to the council, given that we have had some period, although you've not highlighted in your submissions, there's nothing else that has arisen from new guidance or anything that would require any additional obligations. I'm just hoping that nothing comes out from the woodwork. Council?
Thank you, sir. There may be a small thing that we would like to raise in terms of planning obligations. I'll hand it over to Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, sir. So there was nothing further in terms of transport, but as you rightly say, there has been a passage to time in terms of all other obligations. The main issue we just wanted to raise at this time, and I think it would be a matter that would need further written submission probably and a chance to respond, was in respect of education contributions. The council stance in terms of the standards schools are built to, it's changed the passive house standards in between, so there's committee reports and so on that. I mean, it flows from that what the costs of such schools are, and so that has then impacted on what the cost per unit for education will be. Apologies, sir, it's only a matter during the debate at the start of the year, we noted and we've checked that there's an action report that will give an update on this to the committee. Will be published around the 30th of April. To give the most up-to-date position to you, sir. So if it was possible to give written submissions from the council on this after that, and for then parties to have a chance to respond and whether that's appropriate, would be able to propose on this, because it certainly wasn't a matter that we could immediately give you precise figures for in the course of this hearing today.
Thank you for that. Is there, just before I open that up, I mean, I've got the main points from the heads of terms. Affordable housing, that was a percentage, so there's no change there. Or has there been a change in terms of any development plan policy? It's the same development plan.
So it's not changed. It's still the 25% remains the development plan position.
And you've just highlighted on education, there may be some changes with regard to the contribution per unit or per flat. Transport, we've discussed it, and I'm working on the basis that the four elements to the mitigation and the Edinburgh tram hasn't moved. The tram figure was 13,172,090 at that time. Has that changed? Is that an index link matter, or would that be sorted out in the detail of the discussion?
Yeah, it would be index linked back to the 2018. It would be index linked within the legal agreement.
So when it's been calculated, sir. So it's when the calculation has been carried out, it's index linked back to, so that allows for proper indexation to occur. The review is what the agreement.
So does that mean that 13,172,090 pounds will change? As far as you're concerned,
that would still be the figure that is put in the legal
It's in
Back to
the
2018, I believe it is, sir.
Okay. Well, you've heard that the only area of potential change from the council's point of view in terms of obligations is with regard to education. And what I've taken from their submission is that they would like to submit a further submission and document by the sounds of things, and for others to make responses to that, and for me to consider that. Can I just ask the applicant in the first instance to consider that? Would you have expected that to be part of the normal course of determining an obligations agreement?
That's fine with the applicant in principle. So,
Airport, I'm not sure you have an interest in education, but have you got any comment to make on that?
We've no difficulty with that, sir. It'd be nice to be copied into the correspondence as a matter of courtesy, but beyond that, sir, we are entirely neutral.
I think the three parties to the hearing would be party to the further written submissions.
Thank you.
To be part of that. Just since it's in my mind, and so I don't forget about it before we talk about conditions, are all parties happy just that the document referred to by the airport, the DPA case with regard to the road link to the airport, that's simply submitted as a document and no need for further written submissions? I think that's what I took from earlier on, well, yesterday. Everyone happy that that document is submitted for my information? If anyone needs time to look at it and provide written statements, then I would have to require that. But if all the parties are happy that appeal case decision is just submitted, then please say so. If you'd like to submit comments on it, then I'd be quite keen to know the applicant.
no comments to make following its submission.
And the council?
Yes, no further comments on that.
So I'm quite happy the airport put it in without any comments.
That's fine, sir. I take it from me there'll be no comments. It's just simply submitting the document, sir,
Yeah.
as part of the factual matrix.
Thanks for that. That was just to save me forgetting about that, since we're talking about documents. Now we'll look at the proposed changes to conditions and focusing on what the airport have said. I think we can go to condition number 1. And these conditions had changed. I think that's, I've certainly got the latest position in front of me as far as the council were concerned, arising from the hearings. But your proposal is to add in 2 bullet points. The airport, we've had a discussion on these matters, certainly on the continuous footway. I think I've heard enough on that I can reach a conclusion. On the off-site works required for the construction phase, it would be useful if you just expanded on that with regard to what would be specifically required there, given it's off-site.
Sorry, just struggling with this mouse here. Yes, so in terms of the 2 bullet points, we've obviously already discussed the continuous footway. So if you're reminded that was an obligation, then that would be a change there. In terms of off-site works required for the construction phase, I think what we're concerned about is what we've discussed over the last 2 days in terms of works that will be required to Eastfield Road to enable the development to come forward and the impact that may have on the operation of Eastfield Road. I think it's something that was probably highlighted by in the report of handling as well. Page 29 of the report of handling. It says in the bottom paragraph, very last paragraph there, a level of highway work will be required to open up the IBG site for development and coordination of these works. Sorry, needs a bit of punctuation. A level of highway work will be required to open up the IBG site for development, and coordination of these works with the upgrading of Eastfield Road will achieve a coordinated approach. So I think that kind of plays to that same point there, is that we're looking to make sure that off-site works that are required in order to open up the site, in order to enable the development to come forward, should be considered up front and should be delivered to pre-commencement.
Delivery of pre-commencement is a slightly different matter, but what condition one looks for is approval of all the strategic site infrastructure on a list. Does the applicant have anything to say in response to the report?
Yes, thank you, sir. Page 29, that last paragraph, is being completely taken out of context. That's not what it says. It talks about the proposed package of transport interventions are considered appropriate to the scale of the development and are welcomed by the council. And then it goes on to talk about the level of coordination, etc. It doesn't say anything about them being implemented pre-commencement.
This condition doesn't deal with the commencement. Okay, anything from the council on this? I have what you've said, but is there anything else? That's what you said in response to the Litchfield's memo. Anything else to add?
I just think it's how you tie in that this would be an AMC application that then would come in for separate works that's then as a detailed full application that maybe require planning permission separately to that and then separately to the red line. So if we've got an approval of master specified in condition application coming in, how do you then address that if it's works that's out? It's in and around the mechanics of the delivery of that application and the expectation of what those applications might come in.
Okay, I think I've probably heard enough in terms of whether it fits or not with the condition one. Moving through the conditions, I think condition 8 was the next suggestion. The airport have thrown in an of the, in which no one seems to argue about. So I'll just consider whether that's appropriate, unless the addition of the in the first line is significant.
If I may just come in with a point that we had made in our response to the airport submission on these matters, that the reproduction of the draft conditions at 2.0 onwards in the airport submission doesn't appear to follow the latest version of the draft conditions that are before this hearing, namely those set out in document APP 503, which is essentially core document 33 as amended. And as we had pointed out in our response to the airport submission at paragraph 2.23, had it done so, then we rather suspect that a number of the points that have been raised could be withdrawn, wouldn't be necessary, whatever you want to, the way you want to look at it. And this would be one of them insofar as condition 8 as amended in document APP 503 already introduces the wording that the airport has suggested, such that it would read prior to the commencement of works on each site for each phase or plot within each phase of development. So that matter has already been addressed from our perspective. The council may corroborate that.
I've certainly got the copy of the latest version, and that introduces the OR plot. So perhaps discussing of the need not take place just now, and if any of the other changes contradict what is the most up-to-date position, then we'll have that discussion. But the next point was under B, and the condition had moved on a bit, but the point that you're making, Airport, is that the conditions should set out a maximum level of car parking spaces, and electric vehicle charging points, motorcycle spaces, and that should be set out in the conditions, regardless of the changes to the conditions that have been made. Your point is that those maximums, based on the current guidance, should be set out in the conditions. Is that a fair reflection of what the airport's saying?
Yes, sir. We were looking for some certainty in that condition in terms of the maximum number of car parking spaces. We do note that there was a suggested additional condition 21 from April 2020, which suggested that maximum level should be 1,700, should not be exceeded as a general maximum. I think when you add all those numbers up that we've put in Part B, it comes to slightly more than 1,700, but they've been taken from the TA, I believe. So we're fairly content, sir, for you to decide what the best way is to take this forward, but I think clearly the original conditions didn't have any levels and numbers in them, and so our view is that they should be restricted in some way.
And does what, after hearing what the airport said there, did the council that can think that condition 21 should be reviewed in any way?
Sorry, we would be content to retain 21. We don't believe that the level of detail that's been proposed is appropriate in terms of breaking it down into the blue badge spaces, the electric vehicle spaces, and we've actually got a maximum of cycle parking spaces included on here, which is never something that we would promote or sustain otherwise as well. And we think it's appropriate for that to come forward as part of the reserve matter in terms of the standards that we will have in place at the time. We would not be looking to restrict it to only 1,100 cycle parking spaces, which would be less than car parking spaces on the site.
And the applicant, with regard to condition 21?
Yes, in our submission, condition 21 as drafted is sufficiently detailed. So nothing further to add.
Thank you for that. And we're going to new conditions now that are suggested. And this does relate to the matter of prior commencement. Now, this relates to discussion we had yesterday, and if ministers conclude that the case put forward by the airport in terms of infrastructure prior to commencement, if that was the scenario, then is a condition an appropriate way to deal with that? I think that's my question, rather than reopening the discussion on whether infrastructure should be provided prior to commencement. It may be difficult, though, to provide some of those prior to commencement without commencing the development. It would seem to me they're not necessarily all outside the site, and they're not all the mitigation. The tram square and link to Eastfield Road, for example. I'm assuming what the airport are looking for here is to secure the construction of transport infrastructure work before the commencement of development on site, because some of those works are actually on the site. I hope you followed that, and I hope I wasn't getting lost myself. But have you got any comments on that from the airport in terms of on and off site works prior to commencement?
Yes, I think you summarised that beautifully. That's exactly what we meant. It's to enable these transport mitigations and these transport works to be delivered up front.
Okay, and that you consider that a condition if ministers were agreeable to your argument, that a condition would be the way to deal with it. That's your argument. And the council, any comments on that? Not necessarily the merits of providing the infrastructure up front, but just the technicality of what you would use to secure that.
I think the technicality, I think we would be probably looking at obligation and probably tightening it up in terms of what you're actually looking to secure. I think we would definitely be looking at the reasonable and all other respects test in terms of planning condition, and just the use of the phrase, and I know you didn't want to go into the condition, but will include but not limited to the following. Does not assist in any enforcement, doesn't assist in any certainty of what we're seeking to deliver or implement. If you were looking at that condition, you need to be precise within conditions, and a phrase of but not limited to doesn't provide that certainty that we would be looking for if we were looking to enforce when works had commenced or otherwise on site.
And does this add, again to the council, does this add anything to what you've already got in the heads of terms with regard to the transportation infrastructure that you've already agreed with the applicant should be provided through a planning obligation?
The shift here is certainly in the prior to anything else happening on site.
Yes,
so and I think that's the shift. I think that changes, but otherwise, no. I think well, apart from the continuous footway, which we've already discussed, in the off-site works required for construction phase are not within the heads of terms that we've got. Apart from those matters already discussed.
Applicant, any additional comments? Is there merit in having a planning condition over and above a planning obligation if we're looking at the transportation infrastructure improvements? Not going into the bullet points because I'll have to come to a conclusion on that, but is there a reason why there should be a planning condition over and above a planning obligations agreement?
We don't believe there is, and essentially for the reasons that have just been put forward by the council, it's difficult to look at it in such a sort of narrow way without considering the merits. But fundamentally, they wouldn't. Such a condition clearly would not satisfy the circular tests in relation to reasonableness, precision, being necessary, and from an enforcement point of view. And I would also just reiterate the point made by Ms Campbell regarding the introduction of prior to commencement of development on site, and that would not be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. You've already heard our submissions on those matters, so I won't say any more unless you wishes to expand on them again.
Thank you for that. Another new condition which may be covered by an existing condition, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think condition 19 covers a construction environmental management plan already. That was the finalised set of conditions. Do you see any extra need for this one, the council, or is it repeating? Or does it have additional features that would be useful to consider in light of condition 19, the existing condition 19?
Thank you, sir. I think you could use the phase of the site within 19. Your roads infrastructure would be a phase of your development coming forward, so you could apply it equally that way. I think the new provisions that's been introduced is in and around the congestion of traffic and movement on there, which is maybe not explicitly stated within the condition 19.
Does the airport have anything to add, given that condition 19 dealt with construction environment management plan? Is there anything in your draft 21 that is not contained in existing 19 and you wish to highlight?
Well, there are some matters of substance. I apologise, they don't synchronise. It's my fault. I think in terms of what we're suggesting under 21, we are saying that no development shall take place until the construction environmental management plan is submitted and approved. The council were given an extra 2 months. I don't know why it has to happen after 2 months after the site's actually started. To me, it would seem sensible to have the construction environmental plan submitted and approved before any work starts. So is that not sort of the more sensible way to do it, rather than waiting potentially up to 2 months? So is that prior? Is that 2 months prior? Sorry.
So it's 2 months
prior, I think. Yeah.
Sorry, I actually read that as after. Sorry, do apologise.
I think the difference is the redrafted new draft 19 from the council from April 2020. It's a merging of two previous conditions on CEMP, but they deal mostly with issues of biodiversity and noise receptors, ecology, that sort of level. Whereas what we're looking to introduce through this new condition 21, as we've titled it, is moving more to look at the roads and a bit more specific on some of those interventions to be picked up. So I think the scope is slightly different. I think the two could be merged together, sir, into one condition potentially, but the scope is slightly different in what we're proposing.
So what essentially you're saying is that the construction environment management plan should include measures to address the mitigation required for transportation impacts. The mitigation or the management of those works should come under the SEMP.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yeah.
And just adding to that, and it's something that we haven't necessarily picked up, but we picked up when we were reviewing the transport chapter of the EIA. In order to mitigate the impact of construction works, there was a suggestion there should be a construction traffic management plan as well. So perhaps that should be integrated into that new condition too.
And that's a matter the council have raised, I think.
And that highlights various provisions that should be in there about HGV movements, etc., etc. And that's ES chapter 8.2.7 is where that's set out, and 8.2.8.
The council want to say anything with regard to that before I go to the applicant?
Yeah, just to pick up on that point about that construction traffic management plan, I think we stated that would be for the council as roads authority rather than council as planning authority. I always put my enforcement hat on in these conditions, and how we'd reinforce within the roadway when it's in control of the roads authority, not the planning authority.
Okay, I'm clear on that. So you're quite clear that as far as the proposals concerned, it's a construction environment management plan that's required. To the applicant now. Have you heard anything that you would like to respond to with regard to the new condition 21?
Nothing's beyond the submissions that are before you, specifically our response to the airport submission, that our view is that condition 19, as proposed and as amended in document APP 503, satisfactorily addresses all of the issues that have been discussed in relation to proposed new condition 21, and that in simple terms that condition isn't necessary.
Okay, I think this is the last position. A travel plan, a new condition, which sets out requirement to submit and sets some parameters for the operation of the travel plan. Can I just ask the airport just to kind of explain that further, and is there any crossover between existing conditions or obligations?
Sorry, sir. Yes, there is obviously the suggestion that the travel plan should be an obligation from the Council's amended heads of terms from April 2020. I think it's probably a matter for yourself to choose and recommend to ministers what the best way forward is. Just to be clear, the table that's in that suggested new condition text that we had drafted, I think we'd subsequently suggested or written to say that actually those figures should be removed because those figures aren't actually mode share targets. They were the mode share numbers that were included that we discussed yesterday from the transport assessment rather than being actual targets. And I think targets should probably be set and the way targets were set in the West Edinburgh Design Framework, for instance, at that higher level to address what sort of we should be looking at and aiming for in each of the subsequent phases.
So do you disagree that a planning obligations agreement is the way to deliver the plan, or would you like some of your content there incorporated into the wording of the draft as the terms for the obligation? I mean, I'm not sure if you're saying we shouldn't have an obligation to require a travel plan, we should have a planning condition, or is it either or?
Sir, I don't think the airport are particularly precious about the mechanism that's going to be used, whether it's a planning obligation or a condition. I think where we have more concern is the content of it, and the content of it could lead us to conclude that it would be better to be a planning obligation rather than a condition. The reason I say that, and we might want to just sort of expand this discussion a little, it rather depends what measures the travel plan is to include. The airport's view is that it should be on a strict monitoring basis with, shall we say, with real teeth. And if it's not complied with, then it will require some degree of enforcement measures. That may include, for example, the provision or subsidy of additional public transport, hypothetically extra tram journeys. So we simply don't know what it might require, sir. If it is moving into that general direction, I would generally be leaning towards a planning obligation rather than a condition, which makes it, from the point of view of sort of managing the process from the planning authority's point of view, easier, I think, than having it through a condition. I'll maybe just pause there and you can maybe put that out to the others there, sir.
Do either of the council or the applicants feel that there is a need to review what is in the existing heads of terms for obligations based on what you've read under that new condition 22? The council, is there anything additional there that would be useful to that you would ask to be included in a draft heads of terms? Or is that a matter for further negotiation?
I think it might be specific negotiation, but we do have implementation, monitoring, submission, agreement, mitigation all mentioned within that obligation section. So,
and to the applicant?
Nothing I've heard suggests that any further amendments are required to the heads of terms that are before you. Mr. Bissett would just like to come back on one other point.
The the table under condition 22 is completely incorrect. It's quoting wood shares from the wet study, not the carbon transport assessment. We don't agree with this condition in any event for the reasons outlined by the council and by my colleague, Mr. Newton here.
I think they're have confirmed that they're kind of withdrawing that table, or at least the figures in it. I think I heard that. That's correct.
That is correct. I emailed your department, sir, just to say that it was an error that we had included these figures in here. The explanation given was that these numbers, the mode share targets, should emerge from the TA itself, which rather begs the question, sir. You know, if you're going to go away and write your report, and you're going to the ministers, if they do this and do that, you need to recommend the conditions or the scope, but you'll need to have the answer to putting in what the mode share is going to be before you leave today, I think, sir.
I heard quite a number of submissions in previous hearings on that, and I've got all your submissions, so I don't need to determine it today. That'll be my job over the next two or 3 months, and I think I've got not enough from your submissions. We're just clarifying that table is withdrawn. Just one other point, that we didn't talk about healthcare in terms of the obligations and the draft, and a question to the council. Are you going to worry the applicant with any changes to healthcare provision with regard to what may or may not be going to committee? My apologies for not raising that earlier. I think we just discussed education.
No, I don't believe the healthcare contributions is affected in the same way as the education.
Change.
It's unchanged.
Unchanged. That's your understanding, applicant?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We discussed earlier on that we would break before given an opportunity for closing remarks. After the closing remarks, the airport may or may not add in another procedural matter. I'll leave that for the airport, and then we would close the hearing. So I would propose that we take 20 minutes to break. I'm sure that will allow Mr. Collar to achieve his 4 o'clock meeting. I'm not expecting for a submission of case. It's really to just make any remarks on what we've discussed already. If you want to retract or add to any of the statements that you've made, or if you've misreferenced, or if there's anything that you wanted to say and I moved on from a particular point. It's not really a summary of your case, it's just some concluding remarks on the hearing. It gives you an opportunity to flag anything in particular to me that was either raised by others or yourself. I'm not looking for closing submissions in the normal way. It's really just your remarks. I've got all your submissions. I don't need you to summarize them just now. I just need you to kind of flag up anything in particular that you thought you wanted to add from today's discussion, or clarify any of your submissions to date. So I'm not looking for a complete summary of your overall case. Is that quite clear? And I'll just be looking, just 5 minutes, and may not need to be that. You may just rest on what you've discussed. So I'm not looking for a submission of which we probably did at the last hearing. It's really just clarifications. Okay.
So what? 5 minutes. That's understood. What's the batting order, sir?
The batting order will go with we'll go with you first, and then we'll go with the council, and then we'll go with the applicant.
Okay, that's fine.
Everyone happy with their appointed slot at the crease? That's lovely. And then if you wish to add anything after that, Mr. McKee, do so before I close. Okay. So we'll pause for 20 minutes and we'll be back at 3:20. Okay, I think that's everyone has reappeared, and we're on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the opportunity for closing remarks, and we agreed the batting order of Airport Council, then the applicant. This is an opportunity just to make any closing remarks on what you have said or what others have said today, not to introduce anything new. So I'll just hand over to you, Mr. McKee, for the airport.
Thank you, sir. The airport's position is unchanged in that it considers that the planning permission should be refused for this development for the reasons which obviously have been clear from the evidence that the airport has led. There are two principal areas of evidence. The first of these is that the application is contrary to the terms of National Planning Policy 13, and that's sub-policy C, which requires a transport assessment. And it says that they will be required to be undertaken in accordance with relevant guidance. That embeds the transport assessment guidance, which is an EAL document, into the development plan and gives it development plan status. The second part of policy 13 that is conflicted with by this proposal is policy F, which states that developments such as this will only be supported if they are accompanied by a travel plan. These words that are being used in this policy are very important, sir, in the context and the power with which these words are having in the context of decision making here. If we could turn just briefly to the transport assessment guidance. I think Mr. Bissett mentioned paragraph 6.9, and in fact, I think it was the sentence which we were looking at, which stated, in the case of a development where the developer does not have an end user identified, it may be appropriate that the developer still uses a development plan, which would be amended by an occupier and would be agree the basic provisions. You'll have heard the evidence of Mr. Martin on that, but additionally, I would want to say that that needs to be interpreted through the lens of policy, of National Planning Framework Policy F, which embeds the absolute requirement of travel plans to accompany an application. Further to that, sir, there's also paragraph 610, which is immediately beneath it, which we didn't go to at all. But it states, and these words are embedded in the transport review by Mr. Martin, but it says, and I quote here, sir, a travel plan without targets is of limited value. And I think that further embeds the importance of a travel plan at the front end of the process for the entire development, and not for it to be done in a sort of piecemeal, backloaded fashion as suggested by the applicants and endorsed by the council. So it's fundamentally contrary to the National Planning Framework for the new development plan. The second limit of my remarks are regarding the transport assessment, concerns Annex A of the Minister's letter. And just to look at the context of his letter very briefly, the Annex A is based on your report, sir, to ministers, and on the basis of your report, the ministers decided that further information was needed. That information was a transport assessment meeting the requirements of Annex A in its entirety. What disturbs the airport is that it did seek to become involved in that process and in the scoping. It wrote on 2 occasions to the ministers, copied in all parties that are present here today, but received a rebuke from the applicant's solicitor on the 29th of March 21, saying that it wasn't really the place for the airport to be involved. And it said further that we need to have no fear because guidance will be followed. Sadly and regrettably, that was not followed, sir. And looking at the language expressed in the annex, it states, sir, you read it for yourself clearly, it says ministers require a further transport assessment, which will also address and take into account the following issues identified by the reporter. And that's in addition to compliance with the transport assessment guidance of 2012. You've heard in detail from Mr. Martin. He's gone through each of these requirements and they simply have not been met. So I think there's 11 separate material breaches of these requirements. So in short compass, sir, really nothing that we've heard from the applicant or the council changes the airport's position that this has been refused. They have been bobbing and weaving together, I would say, in terms of getting round some of the requirements of Annex A, but disappointingly, they didn't go back to the ministers at the time they chose to alter the scope materially. They could have chosen to do so, but for reasons best known to themselves, the applicant and the council agreed to materially amend the scope of the TA beyond that or different from that required by the ministers. And the end result is a flawed TA, sir, which cannot and must not be relied on for the purposes of approving this application. And that feeds right through. If the TA is flawed, then we do not know what level of mitigation is required to properly mitigate this development. So I think the difficulty that the applicants and the council are in is that there is not a sufficiently reliable basis on which to support this application. And because of that, it's contrary to National Planning Framework Policy 13C and F. And it's also contrary, importantly, to the very scoping of the TA as required by ministers. So I have to say it's the first time in my experience that I've ever seen the ministers scope out a transport assessment, but they've chosen to do so here, sir. And anyone who chooses to not follow that must take the consequences, sir. I do have a submission to make in regard to expenses, sir, certainly to indicate that we will be seeking expenses against the applicants and the council. I think there's been a change in the name of one of the applicants from New Ingleston to West Town Edinburgh Limited, but the submission would be, I can maybe just introduce it very briefly, sir, would be against the council and the applicants on a 50% each basis, jointly and severally, in a similar way to the claim for expenses I made in February 2020. I will put that in writing, sir, if needed.
We'll discuss the practicalities of that and timing just before closing. But thanks for clarifying that that's your position. To the council now, Mr. McKee was just a little bit over 5 minutes, so if you creep over, I won't stop you. If you choose to make any closing remarks. The council want to make any closing remarks, or are you just gathering your thoughts? Still on mute.
Sir, it looks like there's some issue with the muting or speaking at the councils. And I think for us, the applicant's frozen as well. So.
Oh no.
No, we're just really good at musical statues, I think. Is the council able to unmute themselves?
Good afternoon, sir. The council's feed is frozen, so you've purely got me coming in from a different laptop.
That's fine.
So I mean, I think our first point on this would simply be it's clearly it's a PPP application, and it's important to consider, I guess, development plan and indeed all the guidance in that context. And at times we seem to have strayed at times in terms of the airport submissions into matters that far more properly are dealt with at an EMC stage. You've had our closing submissions at the last hearing on the detailed transport information that was already provided at that time. Obviously, many Scottish ministers decided we needed this for the transport assessment, and that's now been carried out. I think in that context, the fact that traffic may well not return to pre-pandemic levels is a quite important issue, and council indeed wouldn't wish it to do so, and it wouldn't seem to be in compliance or
part of what NPF4 aims for in terms of sustainable development, sustainable transport, and that we are moving away from car-led development. So I think that that's a really critical point in terms of some of the submissions that have been made today, and statements around underestimation of airport growth and car growth coming with that. So it certainly would not be our submission that airport growth would necessarily result in further car growth. It should not. Yeah, this is a highly sustainable development in terms of the National Development Plan, it complies with the current development plan as we've looked into earlier, sir. The new transport assessment hasn't altered the council's position in terms of is it compliant with transport matters or not. We clearly don't agree with the airport submissions in terms of defects in the transport assessment. The points that have been made are purely matters of professional opinion in terms of interpretation of the guidance. It's not as clear-cut as being made out in terms of this being absolute. When you read read those parts of the guidance, it's quite clear you can have different professional views on those matters. Another important point, sir, is that the timing of NPF4. Clearly, when the TA was being scoped and all carried out, the NPF4 policy was not in place. It was not the terms of that, if it was absolutely in compliance with that guidance, that it had to be. It was a matter for professional opinion in terms of the scoping to be then agreed with the council, and as roads authority, the best place to do that in terms of what was appropriate, sir. However, if Scottish ministers agree with any of the airport's points in terms of the issues they have with the transport matters, our submission would be that any of these are capable of being dealt with by condition or obligation. They are not fatal to the application, sir. The council's position remains that the application should be granted consent, subject to the agreed conditions and obligations between the applicant and the council from back in April 2020, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for that. And an opportunity now for the applicant to make any closing remarks they wish. Mr. Collar, is it?
It is, sir. Thank you. And to endorse what Mr. Nelson has said, inevitably some of what I will say will duplicate that, but worth just making the applicant position clear. On NPF4, just an initial comment that I think it's clear from the evidence we heard yesterday, there's no significant change in relation to this site or application, bar issues of interpretation around policy 13, paragraph C and F. And I'll come on to that in a minute. And a reminder that Mr. Newton referred to the Chief Planner letter, which states that existing LDP allocations are maintained. The council said yesterday, probably it was Ms. Campbell, that the site remains a key part of delivery of their strategy. So in terms of publication of NPF4, no major change relevant to this application, as I say, bar issues of interpretation around policy 13. In terms of the criticisms of the TA, I'm not going to go back over what was said. You've got detailed evidence. Mr. Bissett has rebutted the various criticisms. Mr. Simpson didn't accept that either. And I thought Mr. Nelson summed it up very neatly about it being matters of professional opinion and interpretation largely. In terms of the issue of non-compliance with Annex A, I think it's worth noting that that was probably prepared by a planner. Indeed, sir, I can only speculate because we've not seen your report yet, but it may well be that it's derived from specific comments that you made. But I think it is quite important to acknowledge that the evidence from Mr. Bissett, Mr. Simpson, that's taking the checklist, as it were, reviewing it and implementing it through the lens of experienced transport professionals. And I think it's one thing for a planner to say, this is what I think is required. Given that it is transport matters, it's very important to take on board what the transport professionals make of that wish list, as it were. And my submission is that you and the minister should give their experienced views significant weight, particularly since Mr Simpson represents the Statutory Roads Authority, who have the primary responsibility, if not really the sole responsibility, on transport matters. Turning to Mr Martin's criticisms, and I am not going to go through those in detail, but just to give you four sort of headline reasons why you should give little weight to those criticisms. Firstly, he's taken something of a one-size-fits-all approach to Annex A, to policy and guidance compliance. He's taken no account of the unique nature of this site, and we've heard a lot about the existing public transport accessibility. He's also taken no account of the difference between PPIP and detailed planning applications, and Mr Nelson picked up on that at the beginning of his closing remarks. Policy and guidance can't be expected to apply equally to every type of proposal and every type of application. Mr Martin just didn't pay any attention to that. He just took it very literally. And that's the second reason why you should give little weight to his criticisms. He's taken a very literal approach. But if you look at page 98 of NPF 4, which I'm sure you'll be familiar with, it emphasises the importance of the policy intent, not just the wording of the policies. It also says that policies should be read as a whole. And Mr McKee made it very clear. His submission is the application is contrary to NPF 4 policy 13C and F. He didn't tell us about the other paragraphs. And in my submission, as page 98 of NPF 4 says, and it's a summary of the law, yourself in making the recommendation and the ministers in making the decision have to read the policy as a whole. And that means you don't necessarily have to comply with the requirements of absolutely every sub-paragraph, especially if the policy intent is fulfilled. So it has to be that overall view of what the policy says, bearing in mind the policy intent. So I would encourage you to go from the very detailed, narrow focus that we've had through the hearing, which was necessary to understand those elements, to take that information and cascade it, as it were, back up to looking at the policy as a whole and consider compliance with the policy as the whole, but also looking at the policy intent. And a passing comment that was made, I think it was this morning, to also have regard to the weight to be given to the TA guidance, given that it was published in 2012 and there's been a much greater focus on sustainable transportation since then. So again, is it correct to take a very literal approach to what it says, or is it more looking at the broader intent and objectives? Third reason why you should give very little weight to Mr Martin's criticisms, he's not actually considered the usefulness of what he's asking for. And this is around the lack of certainty about what could be said at this early stage of the development proposal. Ms Campbell put it quite neatly. What is operating today probably won't be the same in 5 years' time. Mr Simpson mentioned in relation to, I think it was the travel plan in particular, the risk of wasted effort. There's no point offering criticisms that something hasn't been mentioned. You've also got to go on and say, well, is there a good reason why it wasn't mentioned? And again, you've got the detailed comments from Mr Bissett, Mr Simpson on the specific issues around that. And then finally, in the 4 reasons of not giving weight to Mr Martin's criticisms, he took what I feel is a scattergun approach rather than focusing on significant issues. He really told us absolutely everything he could find to criticise. Some of the criticisms really appear to be about things which aren't important, particularly because they can be dealt with later in the development process. In other words, it seemed to be a criticism not about whether something will be addressed, but the timing of it. And I think that is another important issue. And it takes us back to the point, this is a PPIP. It's different from a detailed application. As we all know, detailed applications have much more information. That gives you something much more concrete and specific to assess against. The inescapable conclusion is that Mr. Martin's taken a disproportionate approach, looking for flaws, rather than really constraining himself to significant alleged flaws in the overall context of this site. So in conclusion, when you're considering the adequacy of the TA and also policy compliance, the two key factors really, and again, this is mirroring what Mr. Nelson said. Firstly, it's a PPIP, which means there's not nearly as much information available at the moment. And secondly, the unique nature of the site, because of its public transport accessibility, both at the moment, and that's really important, but also in the future. And that was all I had to say in just wrapping up the applicant's case, sir.
Sir, I think you're on mute, sir. Sorry.
I certainly am. I've switched off now. I was just going to introduce you with regard to the expenses matters. I don't think you need to restate the basis in which you're going to make them, but to discuss the timing of that submission. I think we agreed earlier on that I would have the view that we would deal with it by written submissions, and I think everyone nodded if that was going to be the case. And I think you flagged up a 7-day period where you would make a submission. Is that still your view, given availability of people and holidays and such like?
Sir, I think I'd like to extend that till next Friday, if that's okay by you, to submit it.
That's a week Friday. And I'm happy to accept that if the applicant and the council are happy with that submission date from the airport. I mean, I think I'd be looking to provide you a time frame to respond. I think, given it may well be holiday period, it may be useful to provide you with 14 days to respond.
I was about to say, sir, I couldn't do it in 7 days, so thank you. 14 would be ideal.
Mr. Nelson?
That's fine, sir. I mean, I think the only other point, and you may be coming to it, was just the procedural point that I raised previously about the further submissions on the education matters. Now, that may not impact the expenses submission from the airport at all. I only raised that in case it potentially does. I think that's at their level that they're not getting interested in that point. Well, even though they have a chance to respond, it probably does not. But just in case the timings of us putting that in and responding impacts at all to delay that claiming me, that just want to give you the opportunity.
Do you think that prejudice is your case, Mr. McKee? I didn't think it would, but
not at all. But thank you to Graham for raising it. It doesn't affect us at all. We're totally neutral on that point, so it doesn't affect our timetabling. It's just provisionally agreed for next Friday, and then 14 days for
next Friday, then 14 days. Could I ask Mr. Nelson then to provide us with the earliest date that they can submit their further written submission, and then I would allow a period of time for the applicant and the airport to respond, because I think it had to tie in with committee dates from memory.
Sir, so I think what I was mentioning earlier was that there is an updated action report to the planning committee that will be should be published around the 13th of April. And it would be helpful for that to be before yourself and parties in terms of what the council was saying on this matter. Yeah, so I think 14th of April would probably be finding that signed at the end of that week, and then it's going to the committee the following week. So certainly, at the time the parties have the opportunity to respond, we'll know for certain what's been passed that committee. I don't have a particularly difficulty with giving our opening view. Clearly, if the committee take a differing view at committee the following week, then I may need to make a further submission to amend that. So if you prefer, it could be a week later, and that would be for the committee.
Which date is it going to committee, just so it doesn't get too messy?
19th of April, sir.
So that is 3 weeks away. But I think everyone was content that we should consider that. I don't think it would interfere with me cracking on with considering my report, not in its entirety, but to crack on. So I'm quite happy with suggesting Friday the 21st of April for any documentation and any covering comments that you may make. Would it be reasonable to allow the applicant just 7 days afterwards, so we could tie up before the end of April, or would you wish 14? That takes it into May then. Would you be able to turn around a submission within a week, do you think?
I don't anticipate a problem, sir. The committee report will be available in advance, so we'll be able to be getting instructions from the clients.
So from the airport's point of view, although you may not have a lot to say, do you have any issues with that timetable?
None, sir.
Okay, so we're agreed then that I will be asking the council for further written submission by the 21st and a response by the parties on 28th. I'll tie that up with a procedure notice, actually, just to keep it nice and tidy. And no procedure notice required for the DPA decision that the airport are going to submit. We've already agreed that. What will happen next before I close? I think it'd be useful just to flag up what I expect to happen next. As you have alluded to, my original report is with ministers. I will prepare a supplementary report based on the information that's been submitted by the applicant and all the submissions to date to do with this hearing. So it'll be a supplementary report, and it will provide its own recommendation, but it will refer back to my previous report, which is currently with ministers. I would have liked to complete that by the end of June, but if we give timescales to parties, they're often cast up in front of us again in the future. But that's a broad timetable to aim for, bearing in mind other work and there's a little bit of time required for further written submission. So that's the broad timing of it. So that's what I expect as my next steps, and then on receipt of my report, the ministers would consider both my reports and all the information that I referred to before making their decision. And at the time that they make the decision, I would expect the ministers to make any decision required on expenses at that time. So that's the next steps as far as I'm concerned. Thank you all for participating today and yesterday. I think it's shown that the virtual sort of hearing process can work reasonably well. And I just wish you well for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, on behalf of the board. Thank you to everyone else.